reflectivity and to the entire News 12 viewing area, so we can give you kind of an idea as to what is going on out there. Again, the entire News 12 viewing area, not much of anything happening at this time. For the bulk of the area, we do have a few showers taking place back to the west of Chattanooga into Marion County in Tennessee and Dade County in extreme northwest Georgia. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm over Athens, over portions of Meigs and Monroe County. That severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Back to the north, it looks like for right now, and the National Weather Service has done a good job of making certain that Bledsoe County is not included in this, but the tornado warning does not include the northern part of Bledsoe County in the News 12 viewing area up around Pikeville and just south of I-40. That tornado warning, again, remains in effect for that oblong warning area minus northern Bledsoe County. So you're staying out of that warning at this time. It's a very specific warning for them to issue, but it's this storm here that we have been watching for the last couple of hours. This storm began over parts of north central areas of Mississippi, very near to the Oxford area, and has been going for the last several hours. So plenty of lightning with this. Again, the storm system causing a decent amount. Let me reduce the lightning markers there so you can see a little clearer, but this is a very active storm. The lightning again showing the health of this storm, making its way again to the east at approximately 30 miles per hour, and that has now started to head its way into western Jackson County. Again, the purple warning area that you see, that is a confirmed tornado warning. That again means that we have confirmation that the storm has dropped a tornado and has actually done a very good job of again making its way with a possible tornado. The entire storm, as it makes its way through, the entire storm is rotating. So we do have again what looks to be kind of a miniature supercell type thunderstorm making its way into around the western areas of Jackson County. Again, we're talking areas right through here, getting that heavy rainfall coming through, lots of lightning, and again, the possibility of that storm issuing a possible tornado right around the Maysville area. What we're looking at for right now, we'll go in really tight on this display between Maysville and around Greenfield, Bell Factory, and Ryland. We're looking at this area right through here, that red up against that green. The rotation is fairly broad. It's not quite as tight as it used to be. It means basically it is spreading out a little bit, but right in there is where that possible tornado is located, and that is going to be going right across the Jackson County line here within just a few minutes. So if you live in this area west of Princeton, Holly Tree, Little Nashville, in that area, that is where that storm is located, and that is where the worst danger is as this storm again makes its way into the News 12 viewing area from there. So if you are just joining us, time is just past 8 o'clock on Tuesday evening. This is WDEF News 12 from downtown Chattanooga, Tennessee, keeping you updated with everything going on here for this evening. Again, the severe thunderstorm warnings that were in effect for the area up around Meigs and Monroe counties, those have been canceled, it looks like, at this time, so no longer severe, which is something to say for a storm that has been going for about 5 to 6 hours worth. And it looks like we now have another bit of problems here down into northeastern Alabama, pardon me. Let me stop this for a second. We did have, again, the new tornado warning, the confirmed tornado warning in the purple box area there. That, again, making its way into Jackson County, right at the county line right now. So that is now making its way into western Jackson County. But we also have a new tornado warning going into effect just south of Huntsville for this storm between Decatur, Priceville, and Triana. That means we have 2 tornado warnings in effect at this time. Again, one to the northeast of Huntsville, Huntsville and one to the southwest of Huntsville. That is where the storm is going to be going through, and that's, if that continues on its path, might take its way into southwestern areas of Jackson County and Alabama. Let's do a storm track there, assuming the storm is going at about, say, 35 miles per hour. That's going to take the storm through these particular locations south of Huntsville, but that'll be making its way within the next hour into southwestern Jackson County in Alabama. So around that location, southwest of Hollywood, west of I-59, you should be, again, ready to go and stay in a safe place to make certain that you've got everything. Make certain that you're in a safe place out there. Just know where your safe place is. If you don't know where that is, lowest floor of whatever building you happen to be on, make certain that you, again, can get to a safe place as soon as possible because of the fact that, again, lower floors are going to be the best bet to be in for this location here. But again, the main thing we're looking at is this storm with a tornado in it. The purple polygon that you see right through here, that is a confirmed tornado warning, and that shows the storm making its way across the area into western and northwestern Jackson County in Alabama. So that is, again, the main thing that we are watching, again, for right now. The possibility for more areas of showers and thunderstorms moving on through for this evening could be a major concern out there. So again, please be in a place of safety. We are live on News 12. If you are going to be leaving pretty soon and want to pick us up online, we should be on our website, WDEF.com. If you'd like to catch us there, we are also on Twitch and on the News 12 YouTube site. We are netcasting live for everyone to pick up out there. We'll answer your questions if you post any to the stream chat function. If you have anything out there, we'll try to pick them up as we go along. But again, if you're in around the area of western Jackson County, that is where we are seeing the worst potential of that tornado coming on through. Looks like right down, we do have what looks to be a rotation marker, the Barron software showing a little bit more rotation around the Maysville-Brownsboro area. That, again, is just to the east of the Jackson County line, now moving its way into and around the area from southwest of south and east of Huntsville, moving over to the east. Very decent signature right in that location. Again, we're looking at the green and the red right close together. That is a very decent tornadic signature taking place. And again, the Jackson County line right through here. So west of Holly Tree, Princeton, down through Little Nashville, Garth, and Wells Ford, you are under this tornado warning. And again, this is a confirmed tornado warning. So we have had reports, again, of the warning dropping, the storm dropping tornadoes into this area. And it looks like we not only have that, give me just 1 second here to reconnoiter. We have what looks to be a new tornado warning just north of Chattanooga. So let's get back to regular reflectivity, go back to the display. And yes, we do have a new tornado warning for almost exactly the same area we saw just a few hours ago. Northern Grundy County, Tennessee, under a tornado warning for these storms that are making their way into the area from the east, from the west, moving to the east. Tornado warning in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time, so we've got a long ways to go before this storm moves on through. And what it looks like, again, you're noticing that sort of notch right there. That is a good indication that this whole storm is rotating. So this is another supercell, and this one, again, is where we're picking up the potential of another possible tornado signature there. Let me go switch over for a second. That'll take a second to get the data around there, and we are getting that. This is now Nashville radar, much closer to the source, and also, again, seeing that notch on display Right there is what we're looking at. Again, that right there, that hook echo, as it is sometimes called, going to switch over to storm relative velocity mode. Excellent signature of a tornado between Mud Creek, Shady Grove, Morrison, and Bryan Mill. So that is a good signature there. And as we back up just a little bit, that signature has developed quite nicely in the last few minutes. The good news is it looks like most of this signature will be passing north of Grundy County. So it does not look like this is going to be a direct impact, but it is close enough to make certain that in case that storm veers a little bit farther to the right, that could take it down to Chestnut Grove, Mount Olive, Tarleton, Hubbard's Cove in that particular location. So again, if you're in northern Grundy County, you are under a new tornado warning that's in effect until 8 Central Time. For Grundy County, one of the northwesternmost counties in the News 12 viewing area. Let's go back again and take a look at everything happening here. For those of our viewers into and around Chattanooga, again, we are live on the air to make certain everybody is paying attention to what is going on with the current warning situation. We have several warnings in effect. Again, tornado warning for Grundy County in Tennessee and a confirmed tornado warning for western Jackson County in Alabama. Most of the rest of the News 12 viewing area is clear. Not much going on at this point, but that does not mean that you should let your attention wane. You should be in a place of safety and remain there to make certain that, again, you are protected. Lowest floor of whatever home, whatever building you happen to be on, the lower you are to the ground, the better. And again, please make certain that you know where to go to. You may have just gotten home. Maybe your power's been off. Good possibility of more power outages with these storms as they move through for the area tonight. But again, for right now, we're watching these storms with a lot of intensity out there. The atmosphere is very much primed for the development of these storms moving on through. This particular storm, let's take a storm track here for this particular cell around Morrison, moving to the east at approximately 40 miles per hour. So if it veers a little farther to the south and to the southeast for that matter, that could take it around the Mount Olive area at 733. Spring Creek, just north of Grundy County, about 738, very close to the Viola area, and Morrison, that again is where that possible tornado is located. Very good signature right there with those particular storms. The tornado warning, not just for Grundy, but also for northeastern Coffee, south central Cannon, Van Buren, Warren, counties in Middle Tennessee. So again, possible tornado. Not seeing any signs or information from the National Weather Service that this storm has touched down or become visible. If we get that information, we'll pass it along to you. But for right now, it looks like the tornado warning will remain in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time for Grundy County. But again, we do have the potential of more tornadoes coming through throughout the rest of the evening. So definitely, again, keep it tuned to News 12. And if you live anywhere in advance of where this storm is going, and that includes into western Bledsoe, northern Sequatchie, and northeastern areas of Grundy County, you should be in a place of safety. Again, this tornado warning continues in effect until 8 o'clock for northern sliver portion of Grundy County. It's not a big portion of the county, but again, we need to watch out and make certain everybody's ready to go out there. For Chattanooga proper, there's not much happening at this time. We do have, again, a couple of showers out there. We're not picking up any lightning with this one cell around Bryant, Cedar Springs, and Shirleyton, just to the west of the Hamilton County area. So we do not have any problems with this particular cell developing. This one has made its way from Lincoln and Marion counties, Franklin counties, moving up to the north and to the east. So that one will be moving up into southern Sequatchie County and eventually into and around the area of Bledsoe County. So we do have not much going on where that's concerned. Let's get down to the big story. Again, that tornado-warned storm is now over. very solidly into western Jackson County. Again, the area between Maysville, Holly Tree, north of Gurley, and back toward the Pleasant Groves area. That is, again, where we're looking at a good tornado signature there. Now making its way into the News 12 viewing area. This is not good news. Give me just 1 second here to clear all this off. It looks like we may have had a, yes, okay, not good news here. What we're looking at right around Holly Tree, notice again this little area of blue showing up. That is not in this big sea of red and orange. That little signature of blue, that is a good indication that we have had a tornado touchdown and that somewhere in this area debris is being lifted aloft up into the storm. So we do have, again, storms making its way out of the picture. Excuse me a second, need to reset my computer here real quick. This, again, is where we see the worst potential out there for, again, a possibility of anything in the way of issues. If our chief engineer is watching, if you could step into the studio at some point in time, may need you here in the next couple of minutes. Looks like we're having some issues here with a little bit of our equipment. All right, now we're back to normal here. We're looking again at this particular signature right around Holly Tree, one just north of that. I'm going to back this up a few frames, and yes, from around the area close to Maysville, right through the area going this direction, moving to the northeast, we are looking at what looks to be a tornado touchdown and debris being flung up into the air. So there has been a touchdown of some sort in western areas of Jackson County or in Limestone County in Alabama, back toward around the area of Huntsville. That, again, what we're looking at just to the west of Holly Tree is debris being thrown up into the air. That is the debris detector. The fancy term for it is correlation coefficient, but what we are seeing, again, at this time is the storm causing damage and now making its way into and around the area of western Jackson County. If you're in and around the area of Holly Tree, Princeton, in that location, you need to be in a place of safety. Do not wait. Go there immediately. Anything in and around that area west of Stevenson, Henniger, back into and around that particular location of western Jackson County, you need to be in a safe place. This is a very powerful thunderstorm. We've got lots of lightning, heavy rainfall possible. We also, again, have another tornado warning just to the south and west of this particular tornado warning, and that one will be moving into southwestern Jackson County, Alabama, within about another half an hour or so. So we've got not just one particular storm with tornadoes, we've got another one making its way south of Huntsville at this time, both moving east at approximately 30 to 40 miles per hour. And again, this is the best place to be in a shelter right now to make sure that you are safe out of this. The storm analysis mode here is showing another bit of rotation around Paint Rock, west of Woodsville and north of New Hope, although we're not seeing much of anything. The rotation is fairly tiny at this point, so we do again have what looks to be maybe some rotation taking place in that area, but the tornado rotation here, let me switch back to high top, and there we go. All right, again, the rotation is a lot more broad than what it used to be, but it's still definitely there. The red and the green closer together. Again, that tornado taking place somewhere right on the Jackson County line. Very strong. There could even be multiple vortexes here. We're seeing, again, some areas of red and green together, so it would not surprise me if we had one main vortex and maybe some orbiting tornadoes out there as well. Meanwhile, again, down to the south, Huntsville, again, right on in through here. New tornado warning down to the south of there. That's in effect for Madison, Alabama, that particular cell, and Morgan County, Alabama as well. Fairly strong signature at that location. also, again, noticing again some of that rotation right through there. That's going to take it on over to the east, and that could affect southwestern areas of Jackson County within about the next hour or so. So if you're just tuning in and joining us, going back to the rest of the area, we do not have anything really taking place beyond these two tornado warnings that we're watching for right now. Again, one for Grundy County in Tennessee, the other one for western Jackson County in Alabama. The rest of the News 12 viewing area is decently quiet, and that does include Hamilton County and the Chattanooga area. Thunderstorm between Cedar Springs and Bryant, back around the area of Bledsoe and Sequatchie County, northwest of Marion County there. That again developing, not severe at this time, but definitely could become that way. And again, a confirmed tornado warning. The reason this is flashing purple is because we've had indications and reports from the National Weather Service in Huntsville and Nashville that there was a easily viewable tornado. Social media emergency management offices reporting that particular statement, showing again the tornado warning in and around that area did produce visible confirmed tornadoes. So again, this is a dangerous storm. The storm itself, northwestern Jackson County, a large confirmed tornado located near New Market or 7 miles east of Moore's Mill, moving east at 30, debris signature seen north of Gurley. This particular cell that we're looking at, again for right here, this is where we could be looking at 2-inch size hail out there. Let's take a look and see what we are looking at for right now. That confirmation again of the possibility of some of that taking place. 1-inch hail at least estimated by radar into and around that area, very easily being seen there. And again, the hail swath, noticing again a large amount of hail passing through Huntsville and now making its way into and around western parts of Jackson County. So there could be a decent amount of hail with this storm coming on through. Very good return signatures at this time. Very healthy storm. Now making its way into west central Jackson County in Alabama. The potential again for this storm to be causing damage is a good one out there. And what we're looking at, if you take a look again east of Maysville at that little area there, that little bit of blue in all of that red, that is a debris signature pattern that shows that the tornado did touch down and is now causing damage. Let me get rid of the lightning out there so we can see things a little bit clearer without that going on. Again, what you're looking at in that circle in the middle of your screen, that is a what looks to be right now, and this is also interesting that we're seeing this. Let me go in a little bit closer on this, where that tornado is located. Notice that this is also showing signs of rotation here. So the debris inside of the storm appears to be caught in its own uplift vortex, spinning around out there. And they're also, and I could be misinterpreting this, I hope I'm wrong, but on the back side of this cell, back around northeast Huntsville, there appears to be a secondary and larger debris signature taking place there. Hopefully that's not the case. Again, that's debris signature near Holly Tree. That one developing over the course of the last about half an hour, 20 minutes to 30 minutes or so. Okay, let me get back out and away from this so that we can see more. It looks like, yes, we now have a new confirmed tornado warning encompassing basically all of the county of Jackson in Alabama. That one, again, just issued just a few seconds ago. That goes up to the border of Marion County, Tennessee, and all the way over to the Alabama-Georgia line, and roughly right to the west of I-59. So we now have, again, another tornado warning issued for this. This storm is going to be going through, again, around Baileytown, Skyline in that area. Let's get back to velocity mode. This is definitely not good here. Again, what we're looking at, the signature of red and green together here, right around Holly Tree. Going to do a time scan on this, moving east at approximately 30 miles per hour. So we take where that cell is now and track it out to about 30 miles per hour going east. There's not many towns included in this, but if you're in Holly Tree, you've got about 4 minutes to get to shelter before that storm moves over you, if it's not that far away from you right now, so definitely time to not wait. Letcher, 739, Skyline, 743, Maynard Cove, 747. And around the Tupelo area by 7:48. Again, you're looking at Jackson County, Alabama, which has just had a new confirmed tornado warning. Those are the blinking purple, polygons that you see there. So again, the storm itself, the strongest part of that storm, making its way just across the Jackson County line into west central Jackson County. Okay, it looks like that has shifted a little bit. Let me take a look at this here. I hate to say this, but we may be looking at a couple of vortexes here. We're looking at one particular one just south of Skyline, and the other signature a little bit smaller back to around Holly Tree. So we might be dealing with double or multiple tornado vortexes. So as this storm makes its way toward I-59 in Jackson County, you need to be in a place of safety and stay there for as long, again, as you possibly can as this storm gets into that area. Again, lowest floor of whatever building you happen to be on. If you live in Carnes, Black Ankle, Fackler, Cedar Grove, Stevenson, anything, again, along and just west of I-59, it looks like for right now, Hollywood and Scottsboro, you should be hopefully in the clear on this. But again, what we're looking at is that cell with the heaviest rainfall just about to cross I-59. So travel is going to be slow and very much on the difficult side here pretty soon. So if you can avoid travel while this system moves its way through, please do so. Again, don't go rushing out into the middle of this thing, especially with the possibility of rain-wrapped tornadoes. And again, as we said earlier, there's a good indication that we have debris from this particular storm. Again, what we're looking at, let me stop this here for just a second. We have what looks to be, again, around Skyline, and then you notice it going back as we go back in time and the loop resets. We have debris signatures popping up, not just one, but it looks like a couple of them at this time. Let me clear this off so we can see this a little bit better. There's one around Pleasant Grove, another one around Holly Tree. Let me go back a little farther. Might be a couple of them back around Larkin and west central areas of western Jackson County. All those stand a possibility of being debris signatures, which means the tornado has struck, has touched down in that particular area. So we are seeing, again, some indication that we have debris being lifted aloft by the storm winds and moving over towards Skyline and Maynard Cove, possibly striking somewhere west of the Holly Tree area between there and Huntsville, and now moving away from the radar site. And as the debris makes its way out, as gravity takes over, we are seeing less of a signature there. But what we are also seeing is, again, some decent signatures of possibility of tornadoes in and around that area. Again, the strongest one between Holly Tree and Skyline. Another potential one around Maynard Cove, south of the Skyline area. Two of the more intense areas of that storm that is now moving through western and now approaching central Jackson County. So some very good signatures there in the last. Yes, I think we do have double tornado signatures taking place here, possibly. One of them right around Maynard Cove, not quite as much there, but again, a couple more signatures between Holly Springs and Skyline. Those are very good signatures from what we are seeing right now. So if you're in this location, you need to be in a place of safety and stay there. What about the rest of the area? Again, let's do a round robin here and give you an idea as to what's going on. That storm north of Chattanooga, now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is in effect again until 8:15 p.m. Central. for that particular location. Let's take a look and see what's going on around Grundy County. We still have that tornado warning from that storm. Looks like, again, most of that storm is avoiding Grundy County, but there is still a very good amount of rotation south of McMinnville, right around Viola, and toward about the Irving College area. Grundy County down below that under the tornado warning. Whether or not that storm makes its way farther south, I would not take the chance. I would be, as it suggests, in a place of safety in Grundy County, but it looks like this storm is mostly going to the north of you, so that tornadic warm storm should avoid most of Grundy County, but definitely time to play it safe around Mount Olive and northern Grundy County. Be in a safe place and remain there until the all clear is given and until we have dropped the official warning at this time. So most of what we're looking at, again, for right now, Grundy County going back to the north of that location and staying there. So again, we need to be watching that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Bledsoe into around northern Hamilton County and Ray County in Tennessee, north of Chattanooga. That particular cell has gotten stronger in the last about 10 to 15 minutes or so. And this one also, I hope I'm wrong, but this one also starting to see a little bit more intense winds on the inside of the storm, and what looks to be kind of a core shaping up here to where we could be looking at some rotation. Douse, Center Point, Bryant, Cartwright in that area just to the east of Highway 27. Could be, again, a possible vortex shaping up here. So that, again, is where we are looking at another possible tornado warning, although it's a severe thunderstorm warning for right now. Going down to the south and west of Chattanooga, we'll put Chattanooga in the upper right-hand corner of your screen so you can see that and have a benchmark area. We do need to be watching this particular storm into Jackson County, Alabama, because if this stays on its current path, if it goes just a bit north of east, that could put it very close to Chattanooga and also northwestern areas of Georgia. Dade, Walker, Catoosa counties, I'd be watching this cell with a lot of interest just to be on the safe side with this going on as that storm passes through. Now, most of this appears to be going to the east, and hopefully it stays that way. Lots of lightning. This is a very active, decently powerful storm. We now have, and I just noticed this, let's go in a little farther here down to the south of this particular cell. Again, you're looking at Jackson County, Alabama here. And again, what we're looking at is another tornado warning from this storm south of the Huntsville area. That is now making its way into or aiming for southwestern Jackson County, Alabama in the News 12 viewing area. So let's take a look at this new tornado warning right around Owens Crossroads. That's where the more intense portion of the storm is. Lots of lightning there just to the southeast of Huntsville, Fox Run around Norton, and right around Owens Crossroads. That's where we're seeing the worst activity there. Very good signature of a tornado right around that particular location of Burroughs, Norton, right around Owens Crossroads. Excellent signature there. That particular cell, let me see what the National Weather Service in Huntsville has to say about this because, okay, tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County will expire at 7:30, so it looks like we may have had a little bit more good information there. Tornado warning remains in effect for southwestern Madison and east central Morgan counties. Again, what we were just talking about here, possible tornado located over Redstone Arsenal, moving east at approximately 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, which means we do not have, according to the National Weather Service there, any indication that the storm has been sighted. It does look like, and what do we have here? West Central tornado warning, again near Redstone Arsenal for, see here, West Central Jackson, and for this particular location, again, that you're looking at, that tornadic signature here around Owens Crossroads, if that lifts a little bit north, now they're saying that this is going east at approximately 30 miles per hour, so we'll do a quick plot here. and show you that, again, the storm is going to stray a little bit into southwestern Jackson County. So Woodville, Cedar Point, south of that area, Butler Mill, you are going to be under the gun for this as the storm gets a little bit closer to your location. But that is a very powerful signature right there of a possible tornado. Again, we have radar indicated rotation on this particular storm. We do not have any confirmation of anything involving touchdown of a tornado here. But if you are in southwestern Jackson County, Alabama, you need to be in a safe place, as this tornado is going to be coming through your location within about the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. We have new tornado warnings now being issued. Let's go back up to the north of Chattanooga, back around Spring City. We have a new tornado warning now in effect for Ray and Bledsoe counties, north central Ray and northeastern Bledsoe counties. A new tornado warning taking place. And let me stop this for just a second here. Again, this is radar indicated. We do not see anything for right now in the way of any eyewitness accounts, no law enforcement reports, no amateur radio reports on this. But again, north of Cold Spring, we are getting a very, I'm going to stop this for just a second. Bear with me as I back up by just a little bit. As the tornado was over portions of the area well back about maybe half an hour ago, take a look again right in here, that comma shape right there, showing a very decent inflow right around Lonewood. And again, the tornado somewhere in that particular location. And then as we go forward, that part of the storm goes just around the area of Bledsoe and Ray counties. Now, it looks like most of that storm is sitting just north of the News 12 viewing area counties and into and around Bledsoe and Ray counties. We do not have much. Let me switch over to the Nashville radar site. That'll give us a better idea as to what is going on there. And we've just lost data. If our engineering staff is watching, I'd like to have a bit of a word with you. Numbers again showing the worst. Okay, thank you very much. Updates from the control room there. We've got, again, the bulk of the activity north of this warning for, again, Ray and Bledsoe counties. But, again, I would stay in a safe place in case this storm wanders down a little bit. Take a look at the velocity mode. Very good signature here. Again, tornado warning for Bledsoe and Ray counties. This is what we're looking at here. Fairly wide rotation, but very obvious that we've got rotation of the winds taking place here. This storm could produce 1-inch size hail or more. Hopefully, again, no debris signatures on this. We'll go back to a correlation coefficient and see if we see anything here. Does not look like anything being lofted debris-wise, so some good news on that. But that is a very powerful portion of the storm. Again, the northern portions of Bledsoe and Ray counties right through this area here. And notice again that most of the strongest portion of the storm sitting just north of that area. So that is where we're looking at the worst of the worst, avoiding most of the News 12 viewing area. But if you are in Bledsoe or Ray counties, you need to be in a safe place, and you need to remain there until the all clear is given. So please, again, follow the rules, stay safe. If you can get video of whatever weather is happening or a snapshot, that's great. But please make certain that you get it safely. Do not risk your life for a piece of video or anything involving a snapshot. It's not worth your life, so don't risk it on there. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Grundy County. Northern Grundy County picking up some heavy amounts of rain at this time. What looks to be, again, another fairly tight circulation around Irving College, south of Ileford, moving just to the north of Grundy County, that little sliver of the county that's included in the tornado warning, and that's in effect until 8 p.m. Central, so another 22 minutes before that one expires. The rest of the area, not seeing any problem, again, for Chattanooga immediately. Some storms passing north of Soddy Daisy. That, again, is going to be the worst activity there. Let's go back into the more problematic area, Jackson County, back into around the area of, I believe, Morgan County into Alabama, Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties in Alabama. We have another tornado warning following up on the original tornado warning, and that again is where we see the worst activity coming through. Now, if this again stays on its current path, Chattanooga over here in southern parts of Hamilton County, the storm again, if it moves east at approximately, let's go 35 miles per hour on here, that again is showing the storm going through these particular locations, heading for the Alabama-Georgia line, and back to the west of I-59, Sulphur Springs, 7:56, 8:01 p.m., Flat Rock, 8:03, Yorks Mill, 8:07, Fairview, Mount Olive also around 8:07 p.m. So this, again, is where we're going to continue to see the threat moving into Georgia from Alabama. So if you're in this location, this is where you need to be in a safe place. This is a large, powerful, dangerous storm coming through, and the bulk of this activity where we are detecting the possibility of some rotation taking place, again, right in that central area. And I do think that we are looking at a couple of different areas of rotation. Now, they are very close to the radar site, so for right now, and it does appear that we are looking at maybe translating out to a possibility of a wind event taking place west of Wanville, hope I'm saying that right, Cedar Grove, Hollywood area, the Nakuchi Point subdivision, and west of I-59. That is where we could be looking at some dangerous amounts of wind taking place. But there is also still some rotation there. And again, we saw the possibility of the storm may have touched down earlier, because we are looking at, and let me back this up a little bit, because unfortunately, let's see what we've got. We had a couple of signatures earlier around Holly Tree and down to around the Woodville area. It looks like that's the only ones that we have for right now. So far, nothing else showing up in the way of debris, according to what we see on radar at this time. But the storm itself is going to be heading for northeastern parts of the county, Jackson County. That's going to take it into and around the area of Marion County, and eventually this is coming in from the west, around west of Chattanooga. So we've got a lot of lightning with these storms, very powerful amounts of wind damage possible. And also don't forget, again, down to the south and west of this particular storm, we've got this one again with confirmed tornado warnings. We also have this storm coming in to southwestern Jackson County. So not only do we have the first tornado warning it confirmed with tornadoes on the ground from earlier today, but we also have, again, more tornado warnings taking place just to the southwest of this, just south and east of Huntsville, Alabama. And again, this is a dangerous situation with numerous amounts of tornado weather being reported out there. Let's see, severe thunderstorm is capable. Okay, that's an old one right there. That was just a few. Okay, that's a brand new one. Again, west central Jackson, southeastern Madison County, tornado near Owens Crossroads, southeast of Redstone Arsenal, moving east at approximately 30 miles per hour. So again, we've got two storms that are tornadic, this one and this one. So we've got double-barreled storms coming through this area just to the east of Huntsville now. And again, possible tornadoes in both of those storms. Going to get rid of the lightning on here, stop that from cluttering things up. Let's go back into around the area of Owens Crossroads, a very good signature, a little bit more broad than it used to be, but again, somewhere in here, a good possibility of seeing a tornado. That's going to be making its way through Cedar Point, eventually Woodville in Jackson County. Aspel, Butler Mill, and Oak Grove, I should watch out as that particular cell makes its way through. But again, that is where we're seeing the potential of the worst activity. Some very good hail markers showing up. That's again showing best potential of more in the way of hail out there. See what we're winding up with here. Give me my marker back, computer. Okay, at least 1 inch hail in and around that area of the tornado, close to Owens Crossroads, so at least we have severe hail shaping up. Let's take a look and see what we have in the way of shear winds at different levels, moving at different directions, and this shows the track of the shear going across that area. So that is where we would find the possible tornado moving through. So again, right back around the area of Cedar Point and Woodville, I'd be in a safe place immediately as that storm comes through. The worst of which on the shear immediately right now, again, somewhere around Owens Crossroads showing up, and what could be an outflow or more rotation around Oak Grove, New Hope, and back up to around Cedar Point. So we've got large amounts of storms rotating through, and that, again, these storms as they spin can bring up more in the way of tornadoes very easily if the entire storm is in motion. So that is where we see the worst of the worst of those particular cells south and west of the Chattanooga area. We do have, again, a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take this quickly from around North Hamilton County. Soddy Daisy picking up some rain, and it looks like a lot of lightning taking place around the area of southern Bledsoe County and now making its way up into Ray County. The storm developed over the last about hour or so, and again moving northeast at approximately 30 miles per hour with this particular system. So we again see the worst of the worst activity here going back to the north and to the east. Doing a quick plot point on this, again, the worst of the storm that we see here moving northeast at approximately 30 miles per hour. Coulterville by 9:03 p.m. Montague 9:06, Graysville 9:07, Laurelbrook 9:08, Ogden 9:10, Cranmore Cove 9:14, 5 points at the exact same time, and that's going to take it up and across Highway 27. Again, right about the Graysville, Cranmore Cove area. So if you're in this location, in these locations, you should be in a safe place. Yes, it is a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the number of tornado warnings that we have in effect for right now, I would say err on the side of caution just in case, to make certain that you are in a safe place. Because remember, even without the tornado, even without the hail, you've got the possibility of, again, damaging winds, and these winds have been estimated to be somewhere around 60 miles per hour plus, and also around $half sized hail. That is very painful when that lands on you. So indoors in a sturdy building, that's going to be the best place for you to remain at this point in time. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Bledsoe, back to Sequatchie, over toward Ray County in Tennessee, and northwestern areas of Hamilton County as that storm moves up to the north and to the east. So that particular cell is going to continue up and maybe affecting travel on I-27 here relatively soon. Let's go back to the area in the northern parts of the viewing area, northern parts of Ray and also Bledsoe counties, Tennessee. Most of the storm system here is avoiding that area where the tornado warning has been issued. So it looks like you're in mostly the clear for right now, but as long as that tornado warning is in effect for Bledsoe and Ray counties, I would stay, even though it is a sliver of the county, Saratoga Springs, Bellevue, Lytton, Luminary, Bonham, and Spring City, I would stay in a place of safety just to make certain that you are where you need to be at this point in time. So again, this is going to be the worst of the worst coming on through. So we do have, again, that particular area under a tornado warning. Even though it looks like most of the storm, it's still very healthy storm system, right back up and around portions of Cumberland, Tennessee, and back over, covering most of Cumberland County, Tennessee there, back to the north and west of Meigs County. Coming over toward the area, it looks like a new tornado warning has just been issued for Roane County, Tennessee. And what does that cover there? Ray County, and eventually, let's see, does that get the rest of that out of there? Okay, Roane County, that's out of the News 12 viewing area. Ray County still under that tornado warning as that storm makes its way across the area there, well north of Chattanooga. So this is the storm that we have on the northern side of things, kind of splitting our attention here. Let's get rid of the lightning so we can see things a little bit better. The News 12 viewing area in general, again, you're looking at all the counties that we cover in this particular location. We have, again, active storms into around portions of the area north and southwest of Chattanooga proper. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning just being issued for around Dade, Walker, and also Catoosa County in Georgia. Now, there's nothing really happening there just yet, but there will be in the course of the hour as that storm makes its way from Jackson County, Alabama, across the Alabama-Georgia line, and that is where we're going to see, again, the worst potential there. Let's see, northeastern Ray County, possible tornado taking place there. I'm going to stay down here for just a second because, again, please note that we have the confirmed tornado warning in purple, but then we have that other tornado warning south and east of Huntsville for Madison County and southwestern Jackson County. So Jackson County actually under two different tornado warnings at this time, and could quite possibly, is that the rest of that one? Got counties overlapping each other, and I believe I just heard a rumble of thunder in the News 12 studio here in downtown Chattanooga. So those storms possibly starting to spew a little bit more lightning closer to our area. Going to stop the animation here for just a second and get everything organized here for just a moment. We do have, again, tornado watches in effect for all of the News 12 viewing area west and including Chattanooga until 11 o'clock tonight, although that has now been, let's see, that until 10 o'clock Central. The tornado watch that was in effect for 11 o'clock Eastern has now been extended until 1 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Eastern time. And that includes all the rest of the News 12 viewing area. So we now have new tornado watches in effect, basically being extended as we look for even more potential of stronger weather coming through within the course of the next several hours. So that is where we're looking at the problems there. Looking back to the west of the News 12 studios and also of downtown, not seeing too much in the way of lightning just yet, but some off in the distance every once in a while. So we do have, again, the potential of more of that taking place throughout the rest of the evening, but this is the direction those storms will be coming from, looking off across Lookout Mountain into northeast Alabama and northwest Georgia. Good possibility we're going to see a lot more rainfall coming up here within the next about hour or so as this storm makes its way on through. Downtown from the News 12 studio camera, again, very hazy with all that humidity out there. Not seeing too much of anything to worry about in the way. Some minor amounts of rain moving into the southern Chattanooga area, western Chattanooga, but really not that much at this time showing up for now. Across downtown, and hopefully, looks like maybe a raindrop or two on the camera lens. Hopefully the lookouts, okay, there's some lightning off in the distance there. Hopefully the lookouts were able to get part of their game in, although they've only been playing for about the last hour or so. It's a good possibility we may see a postponement of the game tonight. They haven't gotten everything in for this evening. We'll try to check in and see what's going on with the lookouts here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we are watching again for the potential for a lot more in the way of problems with this storm. The storm around the McMinnville area coming on through, that again from several hours ago. Okay, it looks like the Chattanooga lookouts against the Rocket City Trash Pandas, they're leading in the top of the 7th. Looks like they made it to the 7th inning stretch. Whether or not they will get the rest of the game in, probably going to be kind of iffy at this time. And the worst of this particular storm that we've been watching, now west of Jasper down to around, again, areas around Stevenson, where that tornado warning continues. We do not see an extension tornado warning taking place in advance of that. Whether or not that happens, again, that's up to the National Weather Service to give us an idea as to what is happening there. But we will see, again, what we may be looking at in the course of the rest of the evening coming up. So for right now, and excuse the gap in coverage here, I've got to load up another show, and I've got to take that out while it loads. So you're going to see a map here for just a second before we get into the rest of the maps. All right, back to the graphics. And again, this is where we're seeing the potential problems out there. I want to take a quick look and see what the situation is in regards to power outages, because we did have a decent amount of those possible for tonight with wind damage, lots of lightning, also in the possibility of severe hail taking place out there. So again, this is not going to be a night to be out and about. Power outages right now reporting about 100 up around Sequatchie, and a lot more over portions of Huntsville, Alabama. Looks like maybe about as many as 10,000 people without power there, but not a great deal of the activity taking place for now. Across the entire News 12 viewing area, it looks like, again, the worst activity taking place north and southwest. So we see, again, the potential of the worst possibility here right around, let me get my marker to get back here for just a second. And again, back to areas around Ray County and into and around the area of Bledsoe counties. That's where we're seeing, again, possibility of severe weather here. Again, that tornado warning continues in effect until 8:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central for Bledsoe County, 9:45 Eastern for around the area of Roane County in Tennessee. So we've got, again, the potential for more of this happening for the next several hours. So this is going to be a bit of a situation out there. We were experiencing slowdowns on here. I don't know if the data is having issues, but that might be something you need to take a look at some point in time. So I can't fix anything for right now. So this... Well, I'm a little busy with this, so that's going to be up to you on there. So, for right now, again, we do have continuing tornado warnings into and around the area of northeast Alabama, and they're going to be going on for several more hours. So, for right now, this is again going to be your signal to make certain you stay in a safe place and remain there for, again, the time being. Numerous tornado warnings for that area. Now, if we're lucky, everything might be toning down a little bit for Jackson County, although we are seeing, again, some of that storm system here, again, through northeastern areas of Jackson County. Not seeing as much in the way of concentrated amounts of rotation, but there is just enough taking place here to where we could see, again, the worst activity around Wanville, Fabius, Pisgah, and I hope I'm saying these towns correctly, again, just around and now east of I-59. So that is where we may be looking at the possibility of problems there. Now, again, from earlier tonight, we were watching the area around Owens Crossroads. That particular amount of rotation now between Woodville and Grant appears to be staying south of Jackson County, but there is still a very broad rotation taking place there. Matter of fact, it looks like maybe I'm going to be a little bit too far over to the west on that. Grant between Humpton, Bucksnort, Preston, some pretty good signatures taking place here, but again, it's not quite as focused as what it was several hours ago. So for right now, again, this tornado warning will be continuing. According to the National Weather Service, now a tornado warning. Where did that go? Stand by for just 1 second here. We did have and still do. Okay, we now have a new tornado warning here for DeKalb County in Alabama. We have what it looks to be, again, possible signature there, but I believe what they're looking at is the cell right back over into the area close to southeast of Huntsville. Again, that is where we are seeing the possibility of the tornado warning here. Northeastern Marshall County, southern Jackson, southeastern Madison, and now central DeKalb counties. The tornado itself, yes. Okay, what we're looking at is in this area, located basically right through about Woodville, somewhere in that location. That's where we're seeing the potential of, again, a storm possibly producing a tornado, now moving to the east at approximately 35 miles per hour. So that's going to take it into southern Jackson, right up against the DeKalb County line for all of these particular areas, moving on through, again, from southeast of Huntsville. Skyline Shores 814, Langston 8:18, Roseberry 8:22, Davistown and Scottsboro around 8:23. So Scottsboro, your particular cell of this storm, is on the way and will be again approaching from the west here. You've got about another half an hour, just less, to make certain that you're in a place of safety. So again, this particular storm making its way southern Jackson County. That's going to be moving into and around north central areas of DeKalb County in Alabama. So if you're in DeKalb County, Sylvania, Henniger, New Home, Rainsville, right around the section area, that is where the storm is going to be coming through within about the next hour. The storm moving east at approximately 35 miles per hour. Reports from media showing tornado touchdowns around Madison County, Alabama from earlier tonight, according to storm chasers. And now, again, possible storms here. We don't have any confirmation that the storms have been dropping down anything specifically in northeast Alabama in the course of the last couple of hours. We did have, again, a track of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere in west central areas of western Jackson County. That, again, is where we saw the worst activity taking place, that location. We have not seen any new tornado warnings being issued downstream into Georgia, southeast Tennessee, or covering the extreme northeastern part of Jackson County in Alabama. So if everything calms down here for a bit, we might see some better news, and we might be able to drop some of these tornado warnings. North of Chattanooga into and around the area of the northern counties, Bledsoe, Ray, Meigs, and just north of McMinn County. Again, the worst activity taking place again through here. We also have a tornado warning for Van Buren, Tennessee. Going to see if we can get up to around Nashville's radar. That might be able to give us a little bit better idea as to what we're looking at. Again, that particular tornado warning, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So it looks like the storm coming in from Van Buren County and over toward the White County area has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning continues in effect for the next 15 minutes for northern Bledsoe County and for Ray County until 9:15, also 15 minutes away in the eastern time zone. That particular part of the storm looks like, again, the worst of it has lifted north over toward Crab Orchard, Grassy Cove, and west of Harriman up toward I-40. But again, the tornado warning remains in effect until the National Weather Service decides to drop the warning here. So for right now, the tornado warning will continue for a little bit. Time is 9:01 p.m. Eastern, 8:01 Central. For our friends at the FCC, this is WDEF-TV News 12 in around the area of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thanks to everybody for, again, tuning in for tonight. Again, we are live, I believe, on our website and also on Twitch and YouTube. If you'd like to see our coverage online, we'll keep you informed there. New tornado warning? Yes. Okay. Right around Van Buren County. Looks like, that's showing up quite nicely. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Fiferez. Not sure about that. Apologies, didn't mean to slaughter that name. Pine Grove, Spencer, Pine Creek, a very good signature. Now, again, tracking to the north and to the east. So a possible tornado there. That's just outside the area in Van Buren County. If that is moving to the northeast, let me see what the National Weather Service has to say about this one. Southern Cumberland and eastern Van Buren counties. Storm producing a tornado located near Spencer. Moving east at approximately 40 miles per hour. So we'll take the core of this storm, track off to the east at about 40, and that again keeps it over the area, coming into northern Bledsoe and eventually northern Ray County. So a possible another tornado warning is in the offing here relatively soon. The old tornado warnings will probably have to be replaced by this new one coming on through. That's not in effect for the area just yet, but that tornado signature is strong. Sampson moving through at 8:11, about 9 minutes from now. Tip Top around 8:16. Bellevue 8:20. Cooper Mill 8:22. 9 Mile at 8:26. Friendship at 8:29. Melvine, again, I'm Still learning names around here, so be nice. 831 around Lytton. That signature very good, and no indication of a touchdown, but radar indicated only. But that is a very good radar signature that you're looking at there. So again, the storm now passing over and heading for northern Bledsoe County and eventually taking it over northern Ray County. A collection of tornado warnings on the northern parts of the News 12 viewing area up into the plateau and south of I-40. That, again, one of the more dangerous signatures for right there. So if you're in this area, you need to be in a place of safety. That's going to be coming very close to Mooneyham, Saratoga Springs, and Sampson very, very soon. Again, what we're looking at is that combination of red and green right there. So somewhere in that area, possible tornado, and that, if it keeps moving that direction, will take it over Highway 27 and moving into northern areas of Bledsoe County. So again, please use caution, common sense, stay in a safe place. Okay, better news for now. Excuse me. It looks like the storm in and around Huntsville has started to diminish a little bit. The tornado warning for southeastern Madison County has been canceled. The tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 Central for northeast Marshall. Southern Jackson looks like that's gone by the wayside at this time. Let's see if there's anything else. We still have southern Jackson County and west central DeKalb counties under tornado warnings. That's in effect until 8:45 Central for another about 41 minutes there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning into and around the area of southern Ray, extreme northern areas of Hamilton County. So again, that is one severe thunderstorm warning. It's looking a little bit more. These storms are rotating, if just a little bit, and the storms again having this sort of comma shape with the notch on the southern side. That's a good indication that this entire storm system is again rotating. So it's going to be very easy for these storms to pop up a possible tornado, but so far it does not look like anything is developing, although I'm going to eat my words on that in just about a minute or two. There appears to be a pretty good signature here around Coultersville and Graysville. It's kind of on the lopsided side, but for right in here, we could be looking at a new couplet developing, although again, it's very broad and it does not look as strong as the other signatures we have seen here for tonight. So for right now, for Bledsoe, Ray, and Meigs County, and right over northern Hamilton County, let me go back to storm relative velocity. Okay, that's hopefully the National Weather Service is paying attention to that, because that, again, it's a very broad circulation here, but around Graysville, we could be looking at maybe the possibility of a new tornado warning taking place. We'll wait for the National Weather Service to, again, confirm anything in that area. Okay, northern Bledsoe counties, let's go out to the viewing area again and show you again what we have from up here. New tornado warnings being issued for Bledsoe County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Spencer, moving to the east at approximately 35 miles per hour. Large hail possible. Spencer there. The possibility of a tornado. Again, these notches showing the inflow of the drier air coming on through, which again shows that this whole section of the storm is spinning. So we'll take a look at storm relative velocity, and that signature has really started to increase west of Saratoga Springs. So again, what we're looking at is sitting right there. So that is where we're seeing the possibility of a tornado. East of Spencer, west of Saratoga Springs, very close south to the Mooneyham area, and just to the north and east of the Mount Crest area. Now that, if we take that and do a plot on that for just a second, east at approximately 35, that is going to take the strongest portion of the storm, move it into northern Bledsoe County. So Cold Spring, 824, Bellevue, 821, 829 to Hilltop Acres, New Era at 831, Melvine at 8:32, Lytton 8:34, and Oak Grove at 8:36. You see again the sort of conical shape here. That again is issued for the possibility of the storm going either direction, a little to the north, straight to the east, or curving down to the south a little bit. So that's why we have again the more triangular shape of the warnings taking place. That is going to be the main thing to take a look at with this. And again, if you're anywhere in this area where the tornado warning has now been issued, you need to be in a safe place. So northern Bledsoe County, this new signature, this now very decently strong, definable signature is going to be just west of Saratoga Springs. Again, we have had no indication of any touchdowns with these storms, so we do have, again, the possibility of these storms coming down, but it's going to be difficult to see them at nighttime now that we are getting into the nighttime area when these storms have all kinds of rain wrapped around them. They are very difficult to see unless there is enough lightning. So for right now, again, that is going to be the worst activity taking place, and there is a decent amount of lightning out there. And that shows these storms are very much on the healthy side. So that particular cell right west of if you're in Saratoga Springs, if you're around and north of Sampson, close to Bellevue and Winesap, east of Mooneyham, you need to be in a place of safety. You need to be lowest floor or whatever building you're on, and you need to be, again, if at all possible, a basement. If you don't have that, center section of whatever building you happen to be on or in. Outdoors traveling, this is not the place that you want to be as this cell gets, again, through this particular area and heads over northern parts of Bledsoe County. These are dangerous situations. These are powerful storms, and again, this storm over west of Saratoga Springs will be moving through Bellevue, 9 Mile, Lytton, close to Mount Crest, and south of the Hilltop Acres area. So please treat this with, again, the respect that it is due. These are dangerous, powerful storms. They have a lot of energy to them, so we need to treat them with respect on here. Speaking of which, let's go back to our other tornado warning that has just been issued. This one just moving out of the area of northwest Hamilton County, and as we talked about earlier, this is now a tornado warning. We saw the rotation of the storms a little while ago. Again, that comma shape, that notch taking place, the whole storm spinning around. We also are now seeing that area right around Dayton that is now showing, again, that combination of red and green and the most intense amount of lightning as well in that area. That shows the storm is very healthy and, again, is growing in intensity and size. We'll go to storm relative velocity and show an even stronger couplet there. A little bit fuzzy, a little bit unfocused. But, again, Dayton, Taylor Hill, we see the winds blowing the rain around this particular location here. So right in that area of Dayton, Taylor Hill, that is where we are seeing the potential of a possible tornado. So again, anything in this area, you need to be in a place of safety. This tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service in Morristown. This particular storm, again, moving northeast at approximately 40 miles per hour. Let's see if we can do a 40 mile per hour on this. Might be able to squeak this in a bit. There we go. Okay, so again, from Dayton, this is going to be moving through it's at Bryan Hill and Edgewater now. Piney Acres, 9:13. That's about 2 minutes away. Likewise for Sentinel Heights, Old Washington at 9:21. Kyle Subdivision at 9:24. Calico at 9:27. Breedenton and Decatur Hills at 9:30. Also Decatur proper at 9:30. Union Grove at 9:32, as well as Forest Grove, Slabtown at 9:33, and Fairview at about 9:34. So we do not have anything in the way of confirmed tornadoes on the ground or spotted by the local law enforcement or amateur radio community at this time. All we have are the radar signatures, but that right there is more than enough to make certain everybody pays attention to this. So if you live in this area, this cone, this tornado warning area, again, this is for the area up into around Bledsoe and Ray counties, and this is in effect until 10 p.m. So we'll be on the air at least until then. with this storm coming through. So southern Ray, Meigs, and northwestern McMinn County, you're under a tornado warning until 10 o'clock this evening. That's 10 o'clock Eastern time as that storm moves northeast, basically along and just to the east of Highway 27, right there. And the storm's signature appears to be a lot stronger right back in through and around this area here. So again, rotation taking place somewhere right along the river into that area. And again, anything from Dayton all the way up to the north, that is where we might be looking at that potential of a tornado. Lots of lightning out there, lots of, again, the heaviest amount of lightning circulating around that section of the storm where the rotation is more evident. And again, that's a good indication of where that possible tornado is, right along that particular notch in the river right there, that little omega pattern portion of the river, showing you again the best potential of where that storm is located and where it is going. Let's go down back to Alabama. It looks like we have replacement tornado warnings in effect now, numerous tornado warnings, in fact. Excuse me. So let's go from east to west. Northern Georgia, Dade County, Walker County, Georgia, under tornado warnings until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, pardon me. Let's take a look and see National Weather Service, Peachtree City, Southwest Walker, Southwest Dade. Tornado warnings now in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near the Eider area. That again is located right down around here. That again moving to the east at approximately 25 miles per hour. We have no indication of touchdown with this. Let's take a look at the velocity and show as that storm moves across right in that area. Eider, again, here listed in the tornado warning text from the National Weather Service. This one, again, showing the storm moving east at about 25 miles per hour. That's going to be taking it across the state line and into northwest Georgia, and let's see, 25 miles per hour. So Rising Fawn, 926. Cloverdale, 927. Amos Mill, 929. Plum Nelly, 933. Masseyville, 935. Cedar Grove, 941. And Cassandra, 944. It's already at Beulah and Cartersville right now. So again, in any of these areas, need to be in a place of safety. Again, lowest floor of whatever building that you happen to be on. That's going to be one of the best places, again, that you can possibly be with the rest of the buildings surrounding you. That particular tornado warning, again, going across the state line into and around the area of Dade and Walker counties in Georgia. Those tornado warnings in effect until 10 o'clock Eastern time there. That's the strongest portion of the storm right there that's about to cross over. In the purple areas, that's the heaviest amount of rainfall coming down. That also is where we see the worst potential of hail taking place. So around that area, the estimate by radar is 1.5 inches hail northwest of Fairview, right along the Jackson-DeKalb County line. So that is some pretty powerful hail taking place. Again, indoors is your best bet. A very good swath of hail going through. That, again, as that storm has moved its way to the east over much of Jackson County. So there has been some very big and very noticeable darker areas there. That shows where the heaviest amount of hail has been located. So indoors, again, is going to be your best bet. Again, that right now, we're not seeing a major amount of hail with dual pole, but we are seeing, again, that worst potential out there of that rainfall coming on through. So with that hail, that's what we could be looking at. I want to take a quick look here while we're in the area, see if there's anything showing up on debris tracking aloft. Doesn't look like anything has been lofting into the atmosphere like we saw earlier over parts of west central Jackson County, but it is possible that that could be happening coming up a little bit later on. But for right now, That tornado warning is just to the south and west of Chattanooga by about half a county. So that, again, moving on through there. The storm itself, we have, again, another tornado warning. This particular cell now back over the area close to Scottsboro in Alabama. Heavy amounts of lightning with this storm around Roseberry between there and Lakeview Beach. Let's see if we have any good signatures showing up here. Not great signatures. We may have more signatures popping up back to the west. A smaller signature possible into and around Marshall County, northeastern Marshall County in Alabama. A fairly widespread possibility of rotation located here into parts of the area of southern Jackson and now approaching northern DeKalb counties in Alabama. See if we can get any information from the National Weather Service Huntsville about this. The severe thunderstorm warning continues in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central for northeast Jackson and northeast DeKalb counties. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, multiple trees reported down in the Flat Rock community at 8:14 earlier tonight. So again, watching that area, excuse me, into northern parts of Jackson County. That is where we are seeing the reports of damage coming on through. So that could be a bit of an issue. But the main thing we're looking at now is this tornado warning for southern Jackson and north central, northwestern areas of DeKalb County, and also another tornado warning to the west of that, with, again, the potential of more tornadoes coming on through. And that, again, could be a bit of an issue as we go into the next couple of hours. So we are not done at this point in time when it comes to anything involving an end in sight for all these tornadoes. I'm going to zoom out here for a second and take a larger look at what is going on, because we've got a lot of activity happening, numerous tornado warnings taking place. If you're just joining us, again, we are trying to juggle all these plates at once, and we've got a lot of stuff going on at this time. Let's go back to the maps here for just a second so we can talk about the alerts that we have had in place from earlier on. And again, if you're just tuning in and joining us, maybe you're just getting your power back on, what we have for right now is, again, a tornado watch that is in effect for all of the News 12 viewing area for Grundy County until 10 p.m. Central, Jackson and DeKalb counties in Alabama until 10 p.m. Central. The tornado watch that has been in effect for the rest of the area, including southeast Tennessee, was in effect until 11 o'clock. It has now been extended by the Storm Prediction Center until 2 a.m. Eastern Time, 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time, and all the blinking red boxes you see on there, those are the tornado warnings that we have in effect for News 12 counties, which means that we have at least half a dozen counties under tornado warnings at this time. So we have a lot of activity taking place. Now, again, for Chattanooga, smack in the middle of your screen, southern Hamilton County, there is really little, if anything, going on at this point, but there could be, through the rest of the evening, a worse potential of tornadoes as we, again, watch all this activity happening at this point. Okay, going around the area from north to south, we have tornado warnings for Bledsoe County until 8:45 Central, for Ray, back into Meigs and McMinn County until 10 o'clock Eastern, for northern Ray County, also into the area of Roane County. That's in effect until 9:45 Eastern. We have numerous possibilities here of tornadoes forming out there. Most of the worst of which, especially here into and around the area of Ray and Meigs County. That is a pretty good signature taking place. It's kind of widespread. And again, this is the one that was over near the Dayton area. Now, the most likely candidate is here around Coleman Subdivision, back down to that area, although anywhere in the storm could be, again, miniature tornadoes that are too small to be picked up by the radar display at this point. So the broader rotation is what we're concentrating on for right now around Allen, Coleman Subdivision, west and southwest of Union Grove and Clear Springs. You should be and stay in a place of safety until we get anything in the way of an all clear out there. For Bledsoe, Very strong signature now crossing the area up around Bellevue, close to Winesap. Again, what we're looking at for right now, this very good signature, very tight, very pulled together. That, again, is a good signature that a tornado is somewhere in that area where we've circled it. That is where, again, that's as close as we can get for right now with the radar display. When phased array radar comes in, we may be able to get a little bit better view on that at some point in time. So for right now, we're looking at that as the possible tornado. Hilltop Acres, New Era, Burke, Lytton, north of 9 Mile. If you're in this particular spot or even anywhere close by, that again is where you want to be in a place of safety. That right around the Cumberland-Bledsoe County line area. This one, again, will take it out at about 35 miles per hour on a storm track. So again, what you're looking at is this rotation taking place here around Winesap, and just to the west of Lytton, where it'll be in your area by about 8:33. So if you're in Lytton, Burke, around Jewett, Bonham, Balta, Alloway, you've got, again, about another 20 minutes before that storm gets closer to you. And then also into the area, let me get rid of this for a second. Again, our warning situation for right now, we've apparently lost the warning data for some reason. There we go. The tornado warning that was in effect for that area of Ray County appears to have been lifted, but we do still have, again, that other tornado warning taking place around the Old Washington area, close to the Coleman subdivision. And that particular location, again, we've been watching for about the last half hour. That particular cell started off over northern Hamilton County and back toward Dayton and Dunlap, and that, again, moving to the north and east. So that'll be taking the worst part of the storm into central and northern Meigs County and eventually across into McMinn County. That one moving at approximately 35 miles per hour, give or take, to the northeast. So that particular part of that once just severe thunderstorm warning cell is now tornadic and moving to the northeast. So we're looking again at these cells moving over these areas for this particular thunderstorm around Pine Grove 947, Fairview 933, Tranquility 941, Murray Store 948, 10 Mile at 948, Acme Mill at 951, and around the Union Grove area at 952, Prigmore by about 953. So again, that particular cell moving northeast, fairly intense, lots of lightning, very healthy storm, and again, possible tornado. Remember, at nighttime, it's next to impossible to see anything in the way of tornadoes. You really do not want to be out and about trying to look for this thing. If you can get pictures of tornadoes or severe weather safely, I add, and I emphasize safely, great, that's no problem. If you get it, send it to us. We'll be glad to put it on the air. But again, your life is not worth a piece of video. So do not risk your life for anything involving the possibility of you getting hurt. It is definitely not worth it. So again, make sure that you're in a safe place. Stay there until the warnings have been lifted. And keep it tuned to News 12 throughout the rest of the evening. We've now been on for a better part of 90 minutes straight with this storm coming on through. The whole line of storms, again, making its way on through. Okay, what do we have? Let me stop this for a second. Going back down into Alabama and Georgia, we now have, it looks like, a new confirmed tornado warning taking place. We'll try to get some information from the National Weather Service. That's National Weather Service Huntsville jurisdiction. Radar indicated tornado warning observed tornado into and around over section 7 miles southeast of Scottsboro, moving east at approximately 35 miles per hour. So that's why the warning has changed on the screen from red to purple, and that's what you're seeing on here. We'll stop that for a second. Looking again at section here, Scottsboro, a little farther up to the northeast, I-59 over toward the central part of your screen, and again, that notch that we're seeing right there indicating that inflow to that section of the storm shows that this whole thing is rotating. So we do have Again, a strong storm. These storms, don't forget, will cycle. They will go through periods of time where they will get weaker, and they will also do a very good job of, again, getting stronger and weaker and just repeating that time after time on there. So, again, the storm that we're looking at for right now, let's go back. Okay, that's high top radar. And let's take a look at all that. Oh, yes. Okay, moving all the sections in there so that we can see a little bit better. We're looking at stacked data, giving us a better idea as to what's happening. And again, right around the area here, somewhere in there, that's a better indication that there is a possible tornado right around the section area. Again, this possible producing golf ball-sized hail, flying debris with this potential storm. And again, this storm has had a confirmation of being on the ground. So if you are in this location, you need to be in a place of safety. The tornado warning for southern and southeastern Madison County has been canceled, so the storm moved out of there. The storm located near Grant, this was more than a few minutes ago, but a tornado located near Grant, southwest of Scottsboro, moving east at approximately 40 miles per hour. The storm now much further to the east of that, although it does look like another possible spin-up taking place here and moving through the area again just north of Grant. Could be another potential tornado warning taking place there. So if you're just joining us again, this is now a confirmed tornado warning into and around that particular area. Southeast of Scottsboro, a confirmed tornado located over Section, Alabama, 7 miles southeast of Scottsboro, moving east at approximately 35 miles per hour. Numerous reports of damage, mainly trees down, some power lines into and around the area of northern Alabama for tonight. But if you're on the east side of this storm, around Dutton, Bellevue, Morris Mill, Brooks Crossroads, Elliott Crossroads, Sylvania, High Point, you need to be in a place of safety. Again, we have a confirmed tornado with this cell that we are looking at right now. Again, the National Weather Service is looking at this particular area near Section where we see a possible tornado, and that is heading to the east. Again, that's moving at about 35 miles per hour. So looking at this particular cell, the worst of it, going 35 miles per hour to the east. And this, again, the storm located with a tornado somewhere in here. Bowman Crossroads, 844. Browntown, 847. Fairview at 851. Central at 853. Henniger at 854. Excuse me while I wet my whistle here for a second. Stamp around 857 and 857 around the High Point area. So again, this is a dangerous situation. You want to be in a safe place and make certain you stay there in southern Jackson and northwestern parts of DeKalb County. That is a very unique signature right there. But again, this shows that this portion of the storm is rotating with that inflow of semi-drier air, and the rest of the storm is basically spinning around. So we've got ourselves a collection of supercell storms that are definitely capable of some nasty weather for tonight. And again, if you're just tuning in, looking at the area right around Section, this is what it looked like a little while ago. But again, somewhere in this area, good possibility of a tornado in southern Jackson County, and that's heading into northwestern parts of around DeKalb County in Alabama. Let's go back up again to the north on there. The signature that is now much more well-defined into and around the area of Beulah, Deerhead Cove. Again, we're looking at this area here. Good tornadic signature now about to move across the Alabama-Georgia line into and around the area of northwest Georgia. Rising Fawn, Plum Nelly, Amos Mill, Cedar Hill. Your tornado warning is in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern. That tornado warning for DeKalb County, Alabama, that's in effect for another 14 minutes until 8:45 Central. And again, that's the worst possibility that you see right up against the county line, just to the west of the Interstate 59 corridor right there. That is a very good signature. It's a little bit broader than it used to be, a little bit more messy, but as it works its way over into Georgia, you need to be in a place of safety. That particular cell, again, moving to the east at approximately, let's put it at 35 miles per hour. Again, that's going to take it across portions of Dade and Walker counties in northwest Georgia. So if you're in this location, if you're in any part of this storm track, you need to be in a place of safety. And again, lowest floor of whatever building you happen to be on, that'll be one of the best places you can possibly be. Again, for right now, that's the worst of the worst that we're seeing at this point for that particular location. Let's remember that we have other tornado warnings going on. A very busy night, and we're not done yet. We have numerous tornado warnings, northern parts of the News 12 viewing area for Bledsoe County, the northern part of the viewing area there, back up around the Bellevue area. Back that up just a little bit, and that signature that we're looking at, you're looking at the red and green signature coming through here. And if we back that up a little bit, you can see that it was rather on the strong side coming through Saratoga Springs, back up around Burke. Let me switch over to the Nashville radar, and that'll give you a little bit better idea where that system is. It's a lot more widespread. It's not quite as pulled together as it used to be, but somewhere in that area could be, again, a tornado warning, and that's in effect until 8:45 Central, so another 12 minutes for northern Bledsoe County. We have, again, the storm around Bradenton and Decatur. That's the latest display here. Again, that signature was a lot stronger a little while ago. Let's switch over to Morristown. That might give us a little bit better view. And again, I think we're looking at the potential of maybe smaller tornadoes out there because we're getting some signatures that are very broad in nature, but we're also seeing smaller signatures taking place in various locations, which seems to say that we may see multiple tornadoes out there. So in this entire tornado warned area, no matter where you are, from Culver House to Clear Springs, Kyle Subdivision to Acme Mill, I would be in a safe place, and I would stay there again until this system clears the area. Now, this one, again, moving to the northeast, give or take at about 35 miles per hour. That's going to put it parallel to Interstate 75 as it moves up to the northeast, but it will be going through these locations. You can read the time frame over here. Again, surprise at 9:49. Don't let this storm surprise you. Get into a safe place and stay there. Riddle Store at 9:55. Johnson 9:56. Oak Hill 9:58. Cook Mill at 10 o'clock even, and 10:01 at North Point and Barnardsville as this cell again makes its way to the north. This has been a fairly intense cell. We're not quite done with this system just yet. All of these cells here for tonight have been rotating and are capable of producing tornadoes at just about any point in time. So no matter where you are in the viewing area as these storms come through, you want to be, again, in a place of safety and stay there until these warnings are over with. At this point, we may be on the air until News 12 at 11. We'll have updates for you coming up here to give you an idea as to what's going on in the course of the rest of the evening. Want to do a round robin here. East of Chattanooga, North Georgia, western North Carolina, eastern areas of Tennessee, east of I-75, not that much going on. North central Georgia, northwest Georgia, not that much. Again, we got the tornado warnings coming in from the west over the Georgia-Alabama line, and then back to the west of us. We don't have any indications of anything involving new warnings being set up, so maybe we're catching just a bit of a break for right now. The watches are still in effect, including for Hamilton County until 2 o'clock in the morning, but the amount of watches that have been in effect over the course of the last several hours, the good news is it looks like that we have seen some of those watches basically have been canceled. So from southeast Kentucky down to northeast areas of Louisiana, we still have plenty of tornado watches in effect until 10 o'clock Central Time and or 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central Time for most of the News 12 viewing area. So that again means the threat of tornadoes is still going to be with us for a while, and we have numerous areas right now, several different storms that we are watching. Again, one into and around the area of Meigs and Ray County, one passing over northwestern Bledsoe County, tornadic storm over Dade and Walker County in Georgia, another tornadic storm back across southern Jackson County into and around the area of north central portions of DeKalb County. So that is 4 different tornadic warned storms at once. So it is, again, this is definitely one of the busier evenings that we have had for quite some time out there. And it looks like for right now, we're not seeing any new tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings south and southwest of Huntsville, but we're going to concentrate again on the worst activity. Southern parts of the area south of Chattanooga, we have the severe thunderstorm warning in orange, the tornado warning in red, and that tornado warning for Walker and Dade counties, that continues until 10 o'clock as we see again the storm making its way over to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Let me check and see with the tornado warning here. Again, that was a confirmed tornado warning taking place. So we are seeing that particular storm, the tornado now somewhere right across the Georgia-Alabama line. Looking back to the south and west of that, the purple polygon is a confirmed tornado warning. That means we have had a confirmed viewing of the storm on the ground back around the Section, Alabama area. That's 7 miles southeast of Scottsboro, and that particular cell moving east at approximately 35 miles per hour. So again, the worst portion of this storm here in the purple polygon, that is going to be crossing over into DeKalb County within the hour. And if you are in any of these locations, you need to be in a safe place. Again, Brooks Crossroads at 9 o'clock, 8:54 at Morris Mill, Fairview at 9 o'clock, Central, 9:01, Mahan Crossroads at 9:01, Elliott Crossroads at 9:02, High Point 9:06, Stamp at 9:06, and very soon, or right now, at the Lakeshore Drive subdivision, Hodge coming up in just a few minutes at 8:45, and the Dutton area, Alabama. Again, you need to be in a place of safety as the stronger portion of the storm passes south of the Scottsboro area and moves over to the east there. Focusing in on this storm again, noticing that comma shape that we've been seeing for a while. This right here shows that inflow coming around, and that means that the entire storm is rotating. So we've got numerous areas of these smaller supercells that are very strong and very well able to maintain themselves. We're also seeing, again, let me put all the information on here. What we're looking at is several different layers of radar at once. That helps us pin down the idea about what is going on in this particular location. I hope I'm wrong, but this looks like old data coming through. Maybe looks like we're not seeing anything there. Okay, so the data has been delayed. I don't know if high top radar is having an issue, but this information that you're looking at here is actually several minutes old. Hopefully we'll be able to get that up and working at some point, but that is now fairly old data. So we're going to switch over to the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, which unfortunately is still pretty far away from that location, so it's not going to give us as good information as possible. And that's what I thought from earlier, the storm itself passing through. If we go back in time for just a little bit, notice that we have a couple of good-sized signatures here back toward Woodville and New Hope, and then those cells move along with the storm heading over to the east, but mainly in southern Jackson County and northwestern part of DeKalb counties in Alabama. So that is where those storms were, and they are now heading over to the east in that confirmed area. So Sylvania, back toward Rainsville, Henniger, storm coming through your particular location. But again, and unfortunately, we've had a loss of data from that, so we'll switch back here to Peachtree City radar. Back to the area around the Georgia-Alabama line. We have, again, tornado warnings here for the Dade and Walker County areas. Those particular tornado warnings, again, remain in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully we'll get rid of some of these warnings here in about the next half an hour to 45 minutes, but we've got plenty of activity out there for now. The storm itself, 8P1, see, that's okay, just issued from the National Weather Service. It looks like, let me go back to the south and east, and again, that area right around Section. Again, Section is picking up what looks to be a possible tornado, confirmed tornado over Section or near Scottsboro at 8:41 Central Time. That's about a minute or so ago. Damaging tornado and $half sized hail. This is confirmed by broadcast media. So again, this information is a little bit more higher in the atmosphere, so it's a little bit more difficult to see, but there is, again, kind of a rotation around the Section area. So again, another tornado in that area. The tornado warning for this location continues until 9:30 Central. So this will go on until another 45 minutes. So again, somewhere around this area of Section, until we get the rotation, until we get the storm relative velocity data back from the high top radar site, we'll have to rely on radars from other locations. So we'll have to continue using some somewhat fuzzy data at this point, but this is the best option that we have at this time. Again, this is confirmed by media, so we have that taking place now, and again, this stretches all the way over to the Alabama-Georgia line. So this is a confirmed tornado warning. Tornadoes on the ground in northeast Alabama. We have no indication about damage at this point. We really have no indication about anything taking place in the way of tornado touchdowns. We don't have that right now, but we'll be continuing to monitor for that through the rest of the evening for the time being. Let's go back up, and again, we'll switch over to National Weather Service Nashville, so we can get a better idea as to what's going on here in the northern parts of the viewing area, well north of Chattanooga. We still have a couple of pretty good signatures taking place right back around the area of Alloway. Some good signatures recorded there, and that signature right around Athens, somewhere close to Nyota, that again is a severe thunderstorm warning, but I would watch that particular area of rotation just in case and you have to move to a place of safety. What we're looking at, again, this particular cell that we're seeing moving through the area that is passed on through there, now moving to the north and east, that has now downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. We're also looking, this is apparently old data here too from National Weather Service in Omaha. I hope that software upgrade hasn't caused any problems, but that's where we're seeing the problem there. Northern parts of Bledsoe County, you are still under a tornado warning. That's in effect until 8:45. I correct myself. It was in effect until 8:45. We have now passed that time frame, so Bledsoe County, you do still have a pretty intense thunderstorm, but the tornado warnings that were in effect for Bledsoe County have now come to an end. Likewise, the tornado warnings for the area of Ray County and back into Meigs County have also expired and have now been transferred over to a severe thunderstorm warning for McMinn, far eastern Meigs, and back into northwestern Monroe County. Now, eventually, this storm will be making its way over I-75, so we could be looking at some difficult driving conditions there, but at least we have not seen anything that says the tornado warnings here will be continued. So that is very good news for right now. We'll stop this for this time frame. Again, we're still seeing it's very broad, it's fairly weak, but there is still just enough of a rotation there to kind of give me pause on here to take a look at what we might be seeing. What you're looking at is, again, this particular location that is still showing the red and the green very close together. Now, it's been downgraded by the National Weather Service, so obviously they don't consider this to be an issue. But if you live around Clear Springs, Athens, Tennessee, Acme Mill, Nyota, Madisonville, Chestewee, Collins Mill, anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, remember that these storms can cycle. They can get weaker, they can become stronger, and there's plenty of rotation out there for tonight in any of these storms. We could continue to see more potential of problems with these storms as they pass on through. And don't forget, there's a lot of lightning with these storms. Yes, I think we are definitely getting an outage where it comes to radar data. So hopefully we will get through that. Okay, National Weather Service Nashville data is offline, so we had to switch to Peachtree City. Their radar appears to be active and working again. Let's see if we're getting anything on the velocity mode. A little bit of activity here from this area north of Chattanooga. Again, right in here, some broad-based, very weak rotation, but it doesn't look like anything much for the time being. At least it's weaker than what it was, so definitely good news on that. Okay, again, right now, north of Chattanooga and the Tennessee line, there are no tornado warnings in effect. So we've cleared out Tennessee from the tornado warnings, and I should say tornado warnings affecting the News 12 viewing area. But down into Alabama, we again have tornado warnings in effect now for areas into and around Walker, Georgia, for a strong storm moving on through there. And again, from areas around Section, Tennessee. Are we still getting? No, that is very old data. So let's switch back to Peachtree City. And it looks like that is offering a better view of what is going on. Let's first of all take northwest Georgia, around that area close to Cassandra and Estelle and around Cedar Grove. The strongest potential, again, the tornado warning here right along the Dade-Walker County line. It will switch over to velocity mode. We're not showing a lot here. The storm is showing up well below the distance from Peachtree City. The radar is pointing up over about 1.5 miles, and we can't point it downwards anymore because it would run into the earth closer to the radar site. So we would hopefully we'll get the high top radar back on here, back to Morristown radar. Also not showing a lot of activity at this time, so really not too hopeful or helpful on that. It would be nice if we picked anything up. There is a broad rotation just into that area, but we also just saw, right as I was talking, that tornado warning box has now disappeared. So we're losing the rotation there. So it looks like, let me go back again. Everything keeps resetting to the high top radar. So that storm system apparently has lost its edge and is no longer showing anything in the way of apparently any tornadic activity taking place. So we're losing our tornado warnings. No argument here. Nice to be able to take a break for a little bit. We've done a lot of coverage tonight, trying to keep everybody safe. And again, into and around the area of southern Jackson County and northern DeKalb counties in Alabama, the purple polygons are where we have the, again, tornado warnings that are confirmed. We have had reports of tornadoes around the area of Section, Alabama, and now those storms are crossing over toward I-59 and heading over into and around the area of Georgia. So again, decently dangerous storm system here. We do have some pretty good hail markers showing up around between Section and close to around Sylvania. 1-inch hail reported there, 1/2 inch hail with that cell around New Home, and back toward the area into northwest Georgia, 1/2 inch size hail being reported there. So we do have some pretty powerful storms able to lift all of that up. Now the good news is that as of right now, the shear factor winds at different levels moving at different speeds. As that storm has crossed over into DeKalb County, we're seeing a reduction in the amount of shear. So that is good news. Likewise, into and around the area that had the tornado warning, into and around northwest Georgia, that's also losing a lot of its shear. So that means the conditions are improving at least by a little bit. We do still have, again, a decent amount of hail cells out there, but once again, the amount of hail we had earlier, Woodville, Butler Mills section, has now, as that storm moves over to the east, has really started to diminish at this time. So we do not have as much as we used to in the way of hail markers there, as that storm also appears to be weakening. But again, keep in mind that that confirmed tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30 Central for the rest of Jackson and into northern parts of DeKalb County in Alabama. So we do have, again, that taking place at this time. Let's go back out to the rest of the area so we can keep a broader view of what is going on. Again, if you're just joining us and you would like to catch us on what's happening into and around the area, we're also live on Twitch and YouTube. If you'd like to search us out there, WDEF News 12's YouTube site on there for right now. Thanks to our viewers checking in on YouTube for tonight in the chat function. Again, for everybody checking in tonight, please stay safe. If you can get video or pictures, great, but do so only if you can stay safe. That is one of the best things to remember about situations like this. You do not want to risk your life or limb or anything else for a piece of video. If you can get video or pictures safely, that's great. If you can't, do not put your life in danger for a piece of video or anything else like that. That is not what you want to be doing. So again, please keep that in mind. Stay safety first, safety always. That is the best way to be on that location. The heaviest amount of rainfall now appears to have left the area. We had some pretty heavy rain down around. We'll take a look at the Chattanooga area. Again, for right now, the heaviest activity back over toward Collegedale, Cleveland, around the Ottawa area. Some decent amounts of lightning right around the Tennessee-Georgia line from Ottawa down to Salem, Cohutta, and Keith. Some of the cells up around Bow Springs, Arrowhead Point, Cleveland, Blue Springs, fairly intense. Some lightning markers there, but not quite too many of them, so good news on that. The severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Monroe and Meigs County, that one also showing up. A decent amount of lightning markers taking place. This one also, again, showing some pretty good intensity out there. Let's check and see if we have anything in the way of hail. Not quite as much as we saw earlier. About half-inch size hail on either side of I-75 heading up to the northeast around the I-40, I-75 junction, back up around the area west of Knoxville. So some hail out there, not by much, and a lot less than what there was earlier. So as this storm passes on through, we had the hail signatures, a lot of them, back to the west, and now we are picking up less in the way as that cell again makes its way closer into the area around and closer to I-75. So less in the way of energy with these storms. They appear to be diminishing by just a little bit, but it is going to take a little bit of time, and any of these storms could regenerate, so we definitely need to remember that at this point. Okay, it looks like we have another tornado warning now going into effect for Marshall County, Alabama, and extreme southwestern areas of DeKalb County. Hopefully High Top is back online. It is not, unfortunately. I don't know what the problem is, but High Top and it looks like Nashville's radar have been knocked offline, or we are not receiving data from there. So again, this is the radar site from Peachtree City. It's a little farther away, but at least we get updates from here. No idea about whether or not the National Weather Service is going to be able to get the radar back up and working, and no indication from them online. Hopefully they know about the issue, and if they do, hopefully they'll get more details taking place so we know when that will be back up again. Either way, the tornado warning continues in effect for DeKalb and Jackson counties in Alabama for the strongest portion of storms rolling through there. It looks like the area into and around Union Grove, south of Huntsville, stronger storm now in progress here. And yes, a very good signature, Union Grove to around the Eddy area. That showing again the possibility of a tornado located here, and that's why the new tornado warning has been issued for that location. This one is moving pretty well. This one is booking to the east at about 50 miles per hour, so that's going to take it through these particular locations, and that includes southern Jackson and into southwestern DeKalb counties here relatively soon. If you're just joining us, again, marathon coverage keeping you updated as to what's going on with the sections of storms now passing through. And this is a brand new tornado warning for, again, Jackson and DeKalb counties in the News 12 viewing area in northeast Alabama. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Eddy. And again, that moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. This is not a confirmed storm. This is just radar indicated. So the storm itself, and we switch back over to high top. Apologies. Let's get back to Peachtree City data so we can actually see what's going on. The storm itself, the stronger part of the storm around Eddy, and again, just to the west of Grassy, south of Union Grove. That'll be moving through, again, Crossroads at 9:07, about another 10 minutes away. Sunrise Shores at about the same time. Lakeview, 9:08. Lindsay Lane, 9:09. Guntersville Shores at 9:10. Mountain View and Guntersville proper at about that same time frame. So another cell, another possible tornado, radar indicated only. We do not have any confirmation of any touchdowns with this particular storm. We'll be monitoring from the National Weather Service to see what they may have in store for us. For right now, could be some flash flooding possible with these storms as well. Let's see, what else do we have here? Airport weather warning for Huntsville International Airport. Again, wind gusts out there, very breezy. Could be a problem for takeoffs and landings, so there probably will be a ground stop around the Huntsville area as this system comes on through. Okay, again, near the Grassy, Eddy, Baileyton area, that's where the cell is, heading to the east, moving along at about 50 miles per hour. So that section of the storm is again moving its way to the east into southern and southwestern DeKalb counties, and that again will be heading that direction for the next several minutes or so. We'll continue again to see where that system goes to. North of Chattanooga, we do not have anything taking place. Let me clear out things here for just a second. We have another tornado warning now being issued for around the west of Dalton, into and around the area. Let me get back to the National Weather Service here and see what I can find. Again, if you're just joining us, multiple tornado warnings for the last several hours. So this is, again, been a very busy evening. Again, for right now, we're looking at a tornado warning. Catoosa, Murray, Walker, Whitfield County, that has just been issued again into that location. The storm now making its way through portions of Walker County, heading for Whitfield County, a fairly strong core of that storm making its way to the east. That one moving east at approximately 25 miles per hour. So, okay, apparently the text data is missing from some of these warnings, so we'll get to those as soon as we possibly can. Let's stop this for a second, and this is from National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia. A pretty good signature here. It's fairly broad, again, between Catlett, Dogwood Circle, right back in through there. That is where we're showing the potential of a possible tornado. Dalton is just to the east of this, and that storm is heading your direction. So if you're in this location where a possible tornado is going to be heading on through, again, the storm center right around Catlett, and this is moving to the east at approximately 25 miles per hour. That's going to put it in Rio at 10:18. Trickham, 10:22, Mount Vernon, 10:25, Mill Creek, 10:26, 10:29 at Rocky Face, and Hassler Mill around 10:30. So that is just west of I-75 in Georgia, and that, if it holds together, is going to do a very good job of moving through the area of Dalton here within about another hour or so or less. So if you're in Dalton, if you're anywhere west of Dalton, you need to be in a safe place. The tornado warning now has been extended all the way past I-75 and now includes the Dalton area. If you have tornado sirens around this area, they are probably going off at this time. And if you are around Dalton, anywhere between Dalton, Center Grove, and Lafayette in Georgia, either side of I-75, you need to be in a safe place, and you need to stay there until the all clear is given. So again, we've got numerous tornado warnings throughout the evening, and now including northwest Georgia, and again, Dalton, Georgia, on a direct line of sight for this storm, moving east at approximately 25 miles per hour. Yes, there is a potential of a tornado. No, the tornado has not dropped down out of the cloud layer to where it can be spotted. But again, because of what radar can give you, and that is again a very good lead time, the center part of this storm as it crosses on through, again, the tornado somewhere in here moving to the east, that may take it right into western Dalton not too long from now, approximately another half an hour to 45 minutes as that aims for the I-75 corridor just north of Resaca and mainly south of Ringgold and Tunnel Hill. So if you're in Dalton, you need to move to a safe place and remain there. Hopefully the tornado sirens are going off if you have them down that direction. So again, lowest floor of whatever building you happen to be on, that's going to be the best place that you can possibly be. The rotation, decently broad, but let me clear things out here for just a second because we are seeing just enough of a rotation right through there. This information coming to us from Peachtree City, Georgia, so the radar beam is fairly high in the atmosphere, but we are seeing again some rotation colors fairly close together. Right around Fairview Heights to around Catlett. That would be the best estimation for a possible tornado north of Naomi and south of Center Grove. So that is the best estimation we can give of a possible tornado. And again, the Dalton area right back to the west, to the east of this, from the storm back to the west. So this cell is going to be heading your direction. And let's go back to Peachtree City data. Strongest portion of the storm around Center Grove and the Catlett area. We do have, again, indications of hail showing up, mainly about half-inch hail. Doppler radar estimate throughout that particular cell. Whether or not we have any shear taking place, we have some minimal amounts of shear, not a lot, but we do have some. That indicates, again, where we may see winds turning with height, and that is a good indication of where you may see a tornado. So that's the worst potential. It's fairly broad. The rotation is not exactly focused, but it is showing up decently well at this point, and that again showing a very good rotation center there. We're not showing anything in the way of debris from this. Good news so far. Nothing being lofted into the atmosphere, no damage taking place that is being headed upwards. We saw that earlier tonight over parts of areas of Tennessee and back into northeastern Alabama as that storm rolled through parts of Jackson County in Alabama. The storm itself, the worst part of the storm, again, about ready to move through the Dalton area just to the west. You need to be in a safe place in Dalton or in and around that particular area. Again, do not wait. Go there now and stay there until the warning has been officially lifted. This, again, is a dangerous situation. And again, if you're in Dalton, this is one of the larger population centers around and south of Chattanooga before you hit Atlanta. So again, this cell, as it gets closer to you, is where you do not want to be out and about. You want to be in a safe place, lower section of whatever building you're on, basement if you got it, first floor if you don't, away from the outside exterior walls. It's one of the best places, again, that you can be. One of the best things to remember, and I talk to kids about this all the time that if you're playing the game of tic-tac-toe, the first person who makes the move in the center usually wins the game. So the best thing is to have the rest of the house surrounding you. So go to the center part of whatever building you happen to be on. Remember tic-tac-toe. It might be a silly comparison, but if it saves people's lives, I'm all for it. And if it helps people remember, that's what you need to do. So much the better. Again, west of Dalton, tornado warning taking place, and that goes all the way now through Whitfield County until 10:45 Eastern time. So again, please use caution there. Let's go back down. We have, new tornado warnings now being issued for this storm that is moving in from the area around Alabama, crossing into Georgia, which has had multiple spawned tornadoes. And the reason we have a purple county area is because that is a confirmed tornado warning. That is, again, where we saw tornadoes confirmed over the section area of Alabama tonight. And now that is moving across. New tornado warnings now in effect for parts of Georgia, including southern areas of Dade, Walker, and now into Chattanooga County in the area of northwest Georgia. So we have multiple areas of tornado warnings yet again. Let's give everybody a brief since it's just past the top of the hour. For our friends at the FCC, this is WDEF News 12 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, keeping everybody informed with what is going on. We'll hopefully have an update for you coming up at the top of the hour with News 12 at 11. But for right now, we are on the air and have been for the last 2 hours to keep you updated as to what is happening. The bulk of the heaviest activity, again, from northwest Georgia, now across parts of northeast Alabama. That is the worst of the worst taking place for right now. The tornado warnings that were in effect for areas north of Chattanooga have ended, expired, or been canceled, so we now no longer have any tornado warnings north of Chattanooga to speak of. But what we do have is a line of fairly intense areas of storms, including tornado warnings now in effect. Walker into Whitfield County, Georgia, the counties there listed. Southern Catoosa County under a tornado warning again until 10:45 Eastern. And that tornado warned cell is just west of the Dalton area. So if you're in Dalton, Georgia, you need to be in a safe place and stay there. We also have other tornado warnings taking place. Again, confirmed tornado into around the area that was spotted earlier near Section. That cell is now making its way across the Georgia line and is now heading for northwest Georgia into around southern Walker and northwestern Chattanooga counties. We also have severe tornado warnings for southern areas of DeKalb and extreme southern areas of Jackson County in Alabama. So we have numerous warnings taking place here as we have, again, more areas of storms. This is not good here. Let me take a look at this real quick. What we're looking at here, let me pause this. Again, you're looking at northeast Alabama. You're looking DeKalb County here, Jackson County up here. What you're looking at back around this area of Claysville, Guntersville, and Crossroads, that appears to be a pretty good area for right now. Yes, let me see if I can zoom in on that real quick. Again, southwest of Jackson County is where we're looking at what appears to be a fairly broad area of rotation taking place around Henryville, Buck Island Shores in that location. Unfortunately, the high top radar from National Weather Service Huntsville remains offline, so we do not have any data coming in from there at this point. But again, what looks to be a fairly broad area of rotation around the Guntersville area. And let's switch back to that. There we go. The heaviest amount. You're looking at data from National Weather Service Peachtree City. It's farther away than the Huntsville high top radar, but it's the best data that we have at this time to keep you informed, because we can select from different radar sites to give you an idea as to what's going on. So the heaviest portion of that storm, Guntersville, Country Club Estates, the heaviest back to the west of that into the area close to Marshall and looks to be, okay, Marshall County, Alabama, getting the worst of that with that tornado warning taking place there. So that storm system, again, heading over to the east. That'll be in DeKalb County. Your tornado warning, again, issued for the approach of that particular cell. And that one, again, making its way to the east at approximately 30 miles per hour or so. This one moving a little bit quicker than that. Let me zoom out here. Again, DeKalb County here in the News 12 viewing area in Alabama. This cell that we're watching here, right around Guntersville, the heaviest portion of the storm, that's moving to the east, estimated at 50 miles per hour. So this will be moving through these particular locations. Lakeview, 913. Also at Sunrise Shores, 913. Mill Village at 914. Mountain View, 915. 916 at Wyeth City and Rayburn. Sandy Point Subdivision, 917. Hideaway Acres, 918. Lane, Alabama, 918. Alder Springs at 921. Corbinville at 923. Double Bridges at 924. And 924 as well at Hustleville. That, again, is where this storm is moving towards. If you're in any of these locations, and some of these go down to subdivisions or neighborhoods, but if this helps you triangulate where the storm is in relation to you, this will hopefully give you a little bit more idea as to what exactly to expect and when. The storm track is here to give you as much lead time as possible so you can see a little bit more about what is going on and heading your direction. So again, this is where you want to be in a safe place. That storm moving into southwestern areas of DeKalb County in Alabama within about the next hour or so. So that approaching from the west at about 50 miles per hour. We have, again, this storm system, which is also, again, a confirmed tornado warning. We had a report of a tornado around Section, Alabama several minutes ago, and now the worst part of that storm is heading across the state line and moving into parts of northwestern Georgia, where there is another tornado warning. That one is now in effect for Walker and Chattanooga counties until 10:45 Eastern time. So we've got numerous tornado warnings taking place at this point. Let's go back to the area around Dalton and show you what's happening there. Again, we're showing this storm just west of the Dalton area, and we'll switch over here to velocity mode. Again, the storm is fairly far away from the radar site in Peachtree City at the National Weather Service, but it's the best one we've got because the high top radar data has stopped moving, so we don't have any information on that. What we are seeing at this time is, again, somewhere in this area here, Catlett to around Rio, good possibility of a tornado here. Dalton and I-75 just to the east of that, and that is where this storm it looks like, as of right now, that storm is making a beeline toward the Dalton area. So if you are in Dalton, you need to be in a safe place immediately. This storm, again, is going to be moving through very soon, and again is going to be a threat to life and property. And you can see, again, the rotation here, that little bit of a notch taking place, which indicates that this entire storm is rotating, and that, again, makes it dangerous and a very, very good candidate for tornadic production. So again, if you're in Dalton, you are now just getting the leading edge of that rainfall, but the possibility of that tornado is now just about a couple of minutes away, especially from the West Dalton area, right around Mount Vernon. Again, we'll try to give you as much as we can on the velocity scan, but we're just not picking up everything that we can from the radar display at Peachtree City. We are seeing, again, somewhere in this particular area, good possibility of the tornado, and again, Dalton and I-75 right over here. So that is where we may see the potential of the strongest possibility of a tornado coming on through. Getting fairly fuzzy readings from the top downwards. That is where, again, we see not much. That data is not doing us too much good. So let's go back to velocity mode for storm relativity, and again, showing that potential of that possibility of that storm, the rotation somewhere right in there. So if you are in this location, Notice again, the storm is very close to the Dalton area, and it is moving your way. So if you are in Dalton, anywhere around Dalton, east, west of that area, even up around Tunnel Hill, Waring, even down toward Villanelle, Carbondale, Tilton, Phelps, Five Springs, anywhere around this area, I would be in a place of safety, because it is possible that we might have seen and probably have seen numerous small tornadoes out there. And this is important because, again, these storms, we can have mini tornadoes that are not detected by radar because they are just too small, and they can do a lot of damage, and they can be killers too. So we want to make certain that everybody is away from this storm as it gets closer and closer to Dalton, approaching I-75. If you have to be traveling at this point, if you're going south of Chattanooga on I-75, that's heavy rainfall going down the interstate and going all the way down past Carbondale to Resaca. If you have to travel north of Resaca and south of Ringgold or Fort Oglethorpe, wait until the storm goes past. In fact, if you can, wait until all of these storms have gone past, because you do not want to be driving around in the dark with these storms coming on through. These storms can be killers, and we want to make certain we are paying very good attention to what is going on. But again, if you're just tuning in, tornado warning for Whitfield County and also for Walker County in Georgia. The strongest part of this storm is about to move into Dalton. It is just west of the Dalton area, just west of I-75. And again, if you are in this location, you need to be in a place of safety. Lowest floor, surrounded by the rest of the house. Excuse me, allergies are murder these days. Right now, that's the worst activity coming through. And you need to, again, if you're anywhere around the Dalton area, especially West Dalton, north around Waring, Tunnel Hill, Cedar Valley, Dawnville, be in a place of safety now. Go there if you haven't already. Avoid outside walls. Try to get as much of the building you are in between you and the storm outside. Avoid the exterior walls. Avoid exterior windows. You want to make certain that you are not in a place where debris could come through. And if some of these storms have been as strong as what we have seen from earlier tonight, it's a good possibility that we may see again more potential of this activity barreling on through for right now. So, and that could take debris into and around your area, even through walls, even through windows. So that is something, again, to take a look at. But again, Dalton, need to be in a safe place, because that storm with a tornado is right on top of you to the west of I-75 right now. If you are not in a safe place, get there. Again, this is nothing to be messing around with. So please make sure you are in a place of safety. Let's go over again to the area around the Alabama-Georgia line as that storm is moving through the area right around the state line. We now have observed tornado confirmed located over Mentone, or 13 miles northeast of Fort Payne, moving east at approximately 30 miles per hour. So this is let me stop this for a second. The strongest portion of the storm, Fort Payne down here, and the worst potential of that storm located right about there. Just a bit of some pretty good amount of signature taking place with that potential tornado. So what we're looking at is apparently somewhere in this area here, and that's about to cross over into and around Chattanooga County, and quite possibly maybe into and around the area of Walker County. We've got some very good signatures taking place. Again, this is the worst potential of that cell, and now that confirmed tornado around Fort Payne is going to be heading right to about the Walker-Chattanooga County line area. Chelsea, Menlo, Taloga, Tryon, and Center Post. You need to be watching this system again. Excuse me. Beg your pardon. Allergies are terrible right now. That's the worst we're seeing at this time. Looking at hail into and around that particular area, estimated radar of around half an inch in some locations. Not much more than that at this time, so that's good news. We're hoping to not see too much more than that at this point. We have had some markers of hail now moving into and around that particular area, so again, large hail can precede or wrap around where a tornado is located, and that is going to be crossing into northern Chattanooga and southern Walker County, Georgia, relatively soon. We also have, again, the storm making its way around the Claysville, Guntersville area. That particular location, and give me about 1 second here just to make certain that I'm looking at the right data from the National Weather Service. DeKalb, Jackson, okay, continues Huntsville, continues tornado warning. Confirmed tornado located near Henniger or 7 miles north of Fort Payne, moving east at approximately 30 miles per hour. So we did have another cell located right back around this area, and the strongest portion of that cell also going into Walker and Chattooga County area. That, again, is a confirmed tornado in and around that location. And again, golf ball sized hail, a very good possibility here. The tornado, again, making its way into and around that particular location, the Alabama-Georgia line. So we're looking at the worst potential of those storms now crossing over from Alabama into Georgia. And then we're watching that storm, the worst activity here, now making its way into southern DeKalb County in Alabama, northeast Alabama, picking that up. And again, if you're just joining us, again, we've got confirmed tornado warnings now for Cherokee County, Alabama, and back across into Chattooga County in Georgia as well. So we've got numerous tornado warnings at this time. Indoors is where you want to be. We are not seeing anything for Chattanooga, but we are seeing, again, the worst activity for right now into and around northwestern parts of Georgia. Let's take a look at that area again just a few minutes ago before we went to Alabama. We were seeing this storm, which again is now Dalton in the middle of your screen. Tornado warning for Whitfield County, which includes the Dalton area. The worst part of that storm is now over I-75 and is about ready to move into northwestern Dalton. And again, that is where we estimate the possibility of rotation to be. And don't forget, there's going to be possible many amounts of rotation through here. So as this storm passes through, we are getting what looks to be, and let me stop this for a second, it's broad, but it is right on in just west of I-75. There could be, that's the best signature that we've got at this time, that is going over I-75 just to the west, and again, that's going to take it right through Dalton. So if you're in Dalton and you're not in a safe place, you need to get there. This could be a dangerous situation showing up. Again, the storm is not giving us a huge signature potential out there, but it is showing, again, a fairly good amount of rotation showing up, and that is more than enough for me. So that, again, want to make sure that everybody is paying attention to this. The radar at this time at Peachtree City is well to the south, so we're getting the very higher portions of the storm, so we can estimate where the storm is. This is the best potential that we can see of this, and again, if you're in Dalton, this tornado warning is for you, and you need to be in a safe place as this system, again, crosses over and heads your direction, now basically affecting the areas right around close to, again, I-75, where we're getting some very good signatures out there. The DBZ, the return on the radar site, the heaviest rainfall located around I-75. So terrible, sloppy travel possible here. Possibility of gusty winds blowing cars and trucks around in that area. And again, the worst possibility, let's see what we're doing in the way of hail. Not showing anything in the way of hail markers for right now. Looks like the hail swath cut out back into northeast Alabama, but we did manage to pick up, and again, that's core of that hail cell area right over northwest Dalton, right around the interstate. That is where the heaviest hail will be coming down, and so far radar estimate is showing half-inch hail with that, not signs of anything huge. Anything 1 inch or larger, so that is good news in and of itself. But again, if you're just tuning in, we do have that storm now over northwest Dalton. That again from I-75, and you are under a tornado warning until 10:45. So that's another 20 minutes of that tornado warning continuing. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. This, again, is where we were seeing the storm moving on through earlier. The tornado was located earlier near Naomi, 7 miles east of Lafayette, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Again, this is a dangerous situation. Dalton, one of the bigger population centers south of Chattanooga, on the way to Atlanta. And this storm now basically smack over the Dalton area, and that is where we are seeing again the best potential for anything involving the tornado over your location. Thickest rainfall amount for right now, not really great news there. Again, the best shear marker showing again that area right there. Shear's wind moving in different directions at different levels and at different speeds going up and down vertically, and that shows that big green blob shows the best potential of rotation again right along I-75 and moving into the Dalton area northwest. That is where we are seeing again the worst potential out there for that storm to be moving on through. So if you are in this area, again, please remain in shelter. Do not come out. Stick around. Again, we'll keep you updated on News 12, and we'll keep you advised as to what is going on with the amount out there. Let's clear this off for a second, and again, take a look at some of the rainfall amounts. We are looking at some colossal amounts of rainfall out there per hour estimates. Could be some flash flooding taking place very soon. All that rain's got to go someplace, so be prepared for the potential of low-lying areas being socked in by rain. Remember, turn around, don't drown, find another way to get to where you're going and remain safe. Driving through water-covered roadways like that could be the last decision you ever make. So please be safe out there, and please expect, again, the potential of more trouble when it comes to anything involving possibility of flash flooding for later on tonight. Again, north of the area, Chattanooga and the Tennessee line, thunderstorms are not doing as good as they were earlier. Tornado warning in effect for the Knoxville area right now, but we're concentrating on areas south of the Tennessee line, northwest Georgia and northeast Alabama. Looks like we have even more tornado warnings now shaping up back across areas of close to Huntsville. We have a new tornado warning. If my marker would behave, that'd be wonderful. New tornado warning showing up here for Marshall, and now again for Jackson County, Alabama. This area, since I've been here, gets more tornado warnings than parts of northeast Kansas I remember growing up. It's really incredible to see that amount of tornado warnings taking place. Tornado warning for DeKalb County until 9:45, southern DeKalb County, I should say, for the worst potential, and that storm system that is crossing the Alabama-Georgia line, again, with a confirmed tornado in those storms, is now, again, making its way from Valley Head across I-59 into northwestern parts of Georgia. And the not seeing anything, again, we had to take the radar from Peachtree City, so it's farther away. It looks like a pretty good signature from what we can see here around Taloga and Center Post, and could be another couple of anything going on, another couple of rotations, maybe somewhere over the area here, but without the National Weather Service radar at Huntsville, it's very difficult to spot in that location. Several radars down tonight, not too sure of the cause, but we hopefully will get that data back at some point in time to give you an idea as to what's happening. But again, what you're looking at here, the reason it's flashing purple, Walker and Chattooga County, Georgia, DeKalb and Jackson County, Alabama, that is again for a tornado warning that has a confirmed tornado in it. So these storms have had a decent amount of storms making way through with tornadic vortexes in them, and we'll continue again to see where this leads us into the next couple of hours. But the purple indicates that we have confirmed tornadoes. We have seen people have seen tornadoes visibly. They've confirmed it. Law enforcement, amateur radio, anybody in the public and Skywarn, getting that taken care of, watching that stuff for us, and doing a very good job of keeping an eye on those locations there. Now, the confirmed tornado warning has been dropped for southern parts of Jackson County, Alabama. However, and back to the west, it looks like another tornado warning has been issued, and this one has been extended until 9:45 p.m. And it looks like, from what we can see for right now, this is where the storm off to the west is now moving through. Looks like maybe we dropped that. Okay, yes, we did. All right, that one has now been canceled, although that was scheduled to go until 9:45, so it looks like we have lost a couple of tornado warnings. Good news here. We still see, again, for DeKalb County, a fairly powerful storm rolling through there, and again, that's where we were looking at the potential for anything in the way of more development of tornadoes taking place. So southwestern DeKalb County still under a tornado warning, and again, that confirmed tornado warning for northern portions of DeKalb County, stretching off to the northeast. That is the worst activity that we can see there. So again, DeKalb County catching the worst of it for right now, and that again is going to continue for at least a little while from what we can see. Northern Georgia, northeast Alabama catching the lion's share of this activity. Let's go back to the Dalton area, and again, the worst part of the storm is now pushing to the northeast, right around Highway 76, if my bifocals are correct, and that's taking it over toward Eaton, Oran, Chatsworth in that location, and that again is the worst of that possible storm. So it looks like the worst, heaviest portion of that storm has now passed to the east of Dalton, but a new tornado warning has been issued for areas east. For Murray and Gilmer counties in Georgia, we now have again new tornado warnings being issued here. Those are in effect until 11:15 p.m. So we're going to be on the air at least until then, unless these tornado warnings are dropped. So we'll continue with all of these warnings in a line from the Georgia-Alabama line, Walker and Whitfield counties and Catoosa counties in Georgia under a tornado warning until 10:45 Eastern. We also have, again, Whitfield and Murray counties under a tornado warning until 11:15. Ditto that for, again, the area around Murray and Gilmer counties. That, again, is where we're seeing the worst of the worst for right now. So that is the activity that we're looking at, again, for this time frame. Again, anything east of the area of Dalton, that is where you want to be in a place of safety, just making certain that you are paying attention to everything going on there. We'll take the screen out for just a second and do a round robin. Want to update my wife, who is catching up on what's going on with the weather, and so that she knows what is going on with these storms. So far, nothing happening for Chattanooga, and it looks like, again, the warnings mainly in effect south of the Tennessee line all the way down into Alabama. But so far, we're not looking at too much of anything really happening north of the Alabama-Georgia line, so good news on that. We do still have, again, the tornado watch in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning for Hamilton County. And again, the watch has been canceled for Grundy County, so we should be okay in the next few hours as the watch begins to be canceled. So hopefully, again, should be looking at improving conditions relatively soon. So for right now, that appears to be the worst of the worst, and the best news is the watches are being canceled well back to our west, so better news on that. Again, nothing at this time frame to be letting our guard down about, because we still have a couple more hours of the potential of severe weather taking place. Let's again see what we got here. National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia, regarding the warning in effect for around Dalton, I-75 to the east. Tornado warning again for the Gilmer, Murray, Whitfield counties area. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Dalton, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. We do not have any indication that we have had any touchdowns in that area, and we may not get any of that information until tomorrow morning if there has been damage. I hope there hasn't. We never root for the storms, as some people do out there online, but we try to make certain everybody's updated on this. If there is debris and damage around, it's going to be more obvious in the early morning light. So if you're traveling tomorrow morning, Good possibility of tree branches down, debris in the roadways. Could be a slow trip to work or school in the morning, so please keep that in mind. Definitely want to take it slow and watch what goes on. Again, so far the storm passing east of Dalton, the worst of which passing right over the area with an indication of a possible tornado. Not seeing, again, any reports from the National Weather Service in regards to touchdowns out there. For right now, excuse me, we do have, again, warnings for Catoosa and southeast Walker counties. The tornado warning has been canceled for those areas, but we still, excuse me, have, again, the warnings going back to the east, and for Gilmer, for Murray County, Georgia, and for southern Whitfield County, continuing. Hoping everybody in and around Dalton is safe. That was a little bit too close to call, and hopefully there was no indication of anything involving a touchdown there. Back into around Alabama, we still have a lot going on with, again, some fairly strong storms taking place into and around the area, the Alabama-Georgia line right through here, and strong storms going right across that area of DeKalb and into Chattanooga and Walker counties. And again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings to the south, but we have confirmed tornado warnings into and around DeKalb and back toward Walker, Dade, and toward Chattanooga counties in Georgia. That's the worst part of that cell taking place there. And also seeing something interesting here down to southern DeKalb County. We start to notice here, I'm going to see if we get any new data from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia. We are getting indications here of a much better confirmation area. That's where we're going to be looking. That red and green together in extreme southern DeKalb County, right around Lakeview and Geraldine. Let me replot that. We're looking at that area south of Fife, Guest, Horton, in that area. Apologies if I'm slaughtering the names of these towns. I'm still learning the names of these towns even 3 years after I've been here. That's the best place for the possibility of a tornado, southern areas of DeKalb County, and this rotation has strengthened quite a lot in just about the last 15 minutes or so. So we're looking again at that being the cause of a tornado warning. That may trigger a new tornado warning for parts of extreme southeastern DeKalb County, which does not have one in effect at this time. But then we look back to the area around Valley Head, Alpine in that location. That is where we're seeing the best potential of a possible tornadic signature there, right across the area around the Alabama-Georgia line, northeast of Alpine, west of Chelsea, into and around northwestern portions of, where are we, Chattanooga County, and down into Walker County, right along the Chattanooga-Walker line. And in that area, that's probably the best location that we have for that possible tornado. The signatures are decently broad and weaker than what they have been. This one is not. Right around Crossville, extreme southern DeKalb County, very good signature showing up here. That, again, is where we are seeing the worst of the worst taking place. Some of those winds, again, not as strong as they could be, but, again, what is apparently looking to be a pretty good signature showing up here. I'm going to try to get some more information from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. Strong thunderstorm will impact Marshall, southwest Jackson, and Morgan counties into around 10:15 at this point in time. Let's see, most of the activity at this point, again, continues for that particular area. Again, what you're looking at here is the potential of a possible tornado. The best signature is right around this area, so southeast of Crossville, right around the Copeland Bridge area, I-59 running down the roadway on the right-hand side. So this storm, if it continues making its way, looks like east-northeast, it's a good possibility we may see this storm cross I-59 here relatively soon. Let's do a quick storm track on this and give you an idea. If this is moving east at approximately 35 miles per hour, Let's put it a little farther northeast because it looks like it's kind of aiming that direction. So 35 miles per hour heading back to the north and east. That's going to take it through about the area that you see on the screen. Mount Vernon, 9:59 p.m. And again, this moving through Collinsville, 9:48. Portersville, 9:53. Loveless, around 9:58. Powell, 9:59. Dogtown, 10:02. Lickskillet at 10:05. Antioch Estates, 10:09. And Congo, around 10:09 p.m. That, again, is the worst activity moving through those particular areas. Some of these locations that we give you are down to subdivision nicknames and things of that nature, but they give you an idea as to where this storm, the worst of it, may be going through. Crossville, Alabama, that's the worst of it for right now. That's going to be heading up south of Fort Payne. Again, the worst activity going across I-59, and that will continue its way over and across into around the areas that have just gone through the other tornado warnings for tonight. So if you live in these areas, again, you want to be in a place of safety. Tornado warning for southern parts of DeKalb County. We do not have southeast DeKalb County as this moves northeast. We're not picking up any warnings for around Fort Payne and down toward areas around Lickskillet. We are getting new severe thunderstorm warnings for Cherokee County, Alabama, and then the worst potential of those storms well back to the north. The heaviest activity now right over the Alabama-Georgia line. Again, we're looking west of Center Post, Neal Crossing, Welcome Hill, Highway 27, Pennville, and Chelsea. Beg your pardon. Looking again at that hail, possibly ridden hail cell right there. Let's see if we are picking up anything in the way of hail from that location. We are getting some signatures of hail. It's not that huge. Again, we're looking at about half-inch hail there from Center Post, Walnut Grove into Georgia. Half-inch size hail reported there. West of Fort Payne, possibility radar estimate of half-inch size hail showing up there. The hail swath from this particular cell from Sylvania around Stamp and heads right across the Tennessee line. The worst potential of hail is going to be, again, in those locations. So could be some hail located in there, worst of which for right now would be about half an inch, but we're not getting anything more than that at this time. Not seeing anything in the way of debris trackers for the time being. Damage report, DeKalb County Emergency Management reporting damage near Powell in Jackson County. Also, they say there have been power outages in Sylvania, Henniger, Pea Ridge, and Valley Herd. The deputies, they say deputies saw a tornado between Henniger and Valley Head earlier. Okay, thank you very much, News 12 anchor and message deliverer Jesse, for delivering that. And we may or may not see you on News 12 at 11, depending on what goes on here. The storm, okay, we switch back here. Let's get back to the best radar that we have available. New tornado warnings taking place, stretching out into northwest Georgia for Walker County, Chattanooga County, back over toward southern Whitfield County and Gordon counties, all of those in the News 12 viewing area. So we have heavy thunderstorms, some tornadic weather out there. And from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, the tornado warning for Murray and Whitfield counties has been expired at this point in time. The tornado warning for Chattooga, Dade, and Walker counties has been expired, but now we have new tornado warnings taking place, and I think Peachtree City is having issues because we're having difficulty getting some of their data through here on a timely warning at this point in time. Again, what we're looking at from Peachtree City National Weather Service is severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, but we do not have any further indications of anything being observed for the better part of almost half an hour now. So it looks like we're just now working our way into detecting these. Let me get rid of the lightning. That's getting a little crowded in there. And for right now, the worst of which, again, the tornadoes coming on through. Some very broad rotation here, but also some fairly small amounts of rotation where we could be looking at more intense cells. Could be, again, some cores of those storms showing up from time to time. I would not be surprised at all to hear of some mini tornadoes going across portions of the area. Again, these very small tornadoes can hit very quickly, and if they're small enough, they're not going to be detected on radar because of the fact that they just don't have the width and the area for the radar to actually detect them. So we are relying on data from Peachtree City for most of this information. For now, again, the radars at Nashville and at High Top for Alabama are offline, and that data is now well over an hour old. So we don't know if National Weather Service Huntsville is aware of this at this point in time, nor do we know if they are aware of it in Nashville. So we're having to use whatever radars we have left, which is Knoxville, Morristown, and Peachtree City, Georgia. So that's what we're looking at right now is the Peachtree City radar. We have a new tornado warning down toward Cherokee County, Alabama, just outside of DeKalb County. Looks like the tornado warnings for now for southern DeKalb County have been canceled or allowed to expire as of 9:45 p.m., just past that central time, and that moving over to the east. The confirmed tornado warning remains in effect for central and slightly northern portions of DeKalb County as the stronger portion of that storm makes its way through. Very healthy amounts of lightning out there. Not seeing a lot of positive lightning strikes. Usually when you see an overwhelming amount of positive charged strikes, that's an indication that you may be seeing, again, some possible tornado development. It's not a guarantee, but it is, again, a possibility out there. Let's take a look, do a couple of storm tracks for right now. The heaviest storm from that cell right over northern Chattanooga County, northwestern Chattanooga County, call it 40 miles per hour there. That one, again, will be moving to the east and moving through these particular locations, approaching I-75 and Resaca from the west. That, again, going through Waterville at 11:04, Suttles Mill at 11:09, East Armitage at 11:14. I have to thank my wife for the drink and the sandwich tonight. That came in very handy, so thank you very much. Again, this area, the most intense part of that storm, now over northwestern Chattanooga counties. That's going to be making its way over and across into and around the area of southern Whitfield County, south of Dalton. That's the most intense cell that we have for right in that location. We also have, again, right over I-59, close to the Powell area, estimating that one going east at approximately 40 miles per hour, although that one is leaning a little farther north of east, so that might make its way through Powell and head up toward Blanche. That one, again, a tornadic warned storm. Now that's, okay, new tornado warning in effect until 10:30 Central for that area of DeKalb County. DeKalb and Jackson picking up the lion's share of the tornado warnings as per usual. It's amazing the number of tornado warnings that I've seen in this area since I've been here. I think they outdo northeast Kansas in tornado warnings from what I can see. Again, in these locations, we're looking again at a possible tornado, the worst potential into and around areas around I-59 between Crossville and Powell. You can see that lightning strike display really showing a decent amount. Let me do the dwell time here a little bit longer so you can see a little bit more of that location. Heaviest lightning around Copeland Bridge and Collinsville. And again, that is a tornado warned storm that's now in effect until 10:30 Central Time. It's 11:30 Eastern, so unless this is canceled, we will be on the air through News 12 at 11 and quite possibly into the late show with Stephen Colbert, depending on how many more warnings that we have. Hopefully this is the back edge of everything, but we still have quite a lot of time frame to go. Not to mention, we've got all of these storms that were and have been and are currently over northern Georgia. They've got a long ways to go before they head over northeastern parts of Georgia and out of the News 12 viewing area. So we've got plenty to talk about for the next hour or two. Let's go back to around the Alabama-Georgia line, right around Tryon and west of Highway 27. Tornado warnings issued there for that particular cell. We're not picking up much of anything in the way of very intense amounts of rotation. Neal Crossing and Chelsea, a pretty good signature taking place there. That moving toward Tryon and Pennville. So if you're in that location, and again, assuming this making its way to the east at, let's say, 35 miles per hour, that's going to put it in East Tryon at about 11:02, Farmersville at 11:08, the Beatum area at 11:16, Everett Springs around 11:19, and East Armitage at about the same time. Those are areas west of I-75 in and around the area close to northwest Georgia. That's the most intense part of the storm. You can see the purple colors indicating the heaviest amount of rainfall. There's probably some good amounts of hail in there as well. And looking at the reports of hail, there is a marker there showing 1-inch hail south of Chelsea. So most of the rest of this is half-inch hail, Menlo back up to Harrisburg. But we are talking about, again, some pretty strong storms to be creating that much hail and that much in the way of possible dangers from that storm coming on through. Again, the worst part of this storm is now, again, west of Highway 27 in northwest Georgia, in northwestern parts of Chattanooga County, and that making its way over toward the east, again, about 30, 40 miles per hour, somewhere in there. If this cell stays together, let me do a different storm track on here and get the worst potential of that line of storms. Again, going at about 40 miles per hour. That's showing the storm approaching the area west of I-75, Resaca, Damascus, Calhoun, back toward the Blackwood area and close to Lily Pond. Right now, that appears to be the worst of the worst for that particular cell. I want to go back up to the area close to Dalton because we were showing, again, the tornadoes going through there. It looks like the situation has improved a little bit into the area there. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Murray County in Georgia. The tornado warning for that area, according to National Weather Service Atlanta, has, it looks like, diminished. And we should see, again, less in the way of problems there. But the tornado warning, again, for right now, has been allowed to be canceled. The tornado warning threat, the tornado threat has diminished. Large hail and damaging winds remain a threat with this storm as it goes, again, to the east. And that's going to be going through the area back toward Flat Branch, Elder, eventually toward Blue Ridge, and we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for, again, the area of Murray and Gilmer, Georgia. So if you're east of Dalton, Chatsworth, Dennis, Elders, Cartacay, Diamond, that's heading your direction. It's not the storm that it was, but remember, as we have seen with these storms over the last couple of hours, these cells have had a history of a sort of a circular rhythm pattern to where they develop, they'll move, they will drop down in intensity, and then they'll come roaring back again in about an hour or so. So that's a good possibility to see that happening there. Most of the potential into and around the area of this particular tornado warning, Chattanooga and back into Walker and eventually Gordon County in Georgia. That is where we're seeing, again, the worst possibility of that storm. And that particular cell, the worst of which, again, just west of the Tryon area and Highway 27. So Welcome Hill, Tryon, and into and around north central Chattanooga County. That is where we're seeing the worst activity there. Hail markers, again, showing up about roughly half-inch estimate from Menlo back to the west of the Pennville area. Again, from what we're seeing, the potential of shear out there is noticeable. It's not quite as good as it was. Neal Crossing, Chelsea, and again, heading back over toward Tryon and Highway 27. We're seeing those markers there, indicating, again, the best potential of winds turning with height, getting stronger and turning as they go upwards in the atmosphere. That, again, is a good indication of how unstable and powerful these storms are as they move through that particular part of the area. Some pretty good markers for hail, that path of hail moving in from northeastern parts of Alabama. And again, half-inch size hail, that's a pretty powerful storm. Could be some inch-size hail mixed in with that, so please use caution if you're going to be driving. Could be some ice on the roadways, not thanks to cold temperatures, but thanks again to those falling ice pellets out there. If they're big enough, they could cause damage to your car. Extreme southern DeKalb County tornado warning continues in effect for, again, around the area of Powell, Loveless, Collinsville, east of I-59. That about to pass out of the News 12 viewing area, heading into Cherokee, Alabama. And once that heads over, that'll take care of the tornado warning for that part of the area of DeKalb County in Alabama. And then again, for the area around DeKalb where the confirmed tornado warning was, we're looking at less in the way of anything in the possibility of tornadoes at this location, although we are still getting a little bit of the possibility for right now, as long as we have the data flowing in. I don't know if Barron was able to confirm it, if it's their radar or our radar site, but as long as the data is flowing, that's what I needed to have more than anything else. So right now, yes. Thank you. Okay. Now, for the next couple of hours, we'll continue again to see more of these warnings lingering around the area. Let's see if High Top is back online. It is not. Okay, apparently there's been some sort of issue with the National Weather Service in and around High Top, so we're using the National Weather Service Atlanta Peachtree City forecast office for right now. Numerous tornado warnings in effect south of Dalton. Dalton is not in line for this particular tornado warning. That is going south of you into Walker and extreme southern areas of Whitfield County and Gordon County in parts of Georgia, again, west of I-75. That's where we're seeing those tornado warnings taking place. Dalton is getting some heavy rain and some lightning right now, but there is nothing showing up in the way of an immediate threat to the Dalton area. Dalton had a tornado-warned storm move directly over the city a little less than an hour ago. And that storm now well east of Dalton, back over again into severe thunderstorm warning territory. Murray and Gilmer counties picking up those. Tornadic warned storms still from Alabama, DeKalb County there, and now into and around the area of Chattanooga and back over to Walker County, Georgia. That now stretches into Gordon County. Resaca, you are now under a tornado warning. Carbondale into around Whitfield County, Georgia, south of Dalton. Calhoun into Gordon County, you are under a tornado warning, which means as this cell gets closer to I-75, moving again to the east at about 30 miles per hour, this is where we are seeing, again, the worst part of this storm. The heaviest amount going through here. Could be, again, a tornado in here. The storms are not quite as intense as they used to be, but we will, again, see more threats from this, from either damaging winds, large hail, which we told you about earlier tonight, strong thunderstorm impacting portions of northern Fannin counties and northwestern Union counties into and around the area coming up in the next about hour or so. From National Weather Service, Peachtree City, Georgia. Tornado warning continues in effect for the area around from Huntsville to Cobb County. Tornado possibly producing thunderstorm around Sand Rock, 10 miles northwest of Center. So we've got still a lot of activity going on in southern DeKalb County. The worst of which, again, going through the Powell area, crossing over I-59. Looks like that is where we are looking at the potential for the worst area of weather. Again, that is making its way into extreme northwestern areas of Cherokee County, so it's a good possibility, hopefully, that this tornado warning for DeKalb County will be dropped relatively soon. So that's fairly good news, and the tornado warnings still remain in effect for northern DeKalb and into northern Cherokee counties as well. So again, the worst potential of these storms going through that location of eastern Alabama. We're still getting, again, some pretty good amounts of rotation back to around, if this is holding true again, right back around Taft and Congo, a bit of a couplet there, possibility of another one down around Bristow, Antioch Estates, and looking back a little farther to the west, we're seeing again some markers. Again, this is way up in the atmosphere, so taking some of this with a grain of salt, but there are some pretty good markers out there that might be considered tornadic, especially with this area that we're watching here with all that lightning popping up. That's the most energetic part of the storm, and that again is where we are seeing the worst potential of winds, hail, heavy rain, gusty, damaging winds, things of that nature. So anything around Dogtown, Loveless, heading over into Cherokee County. If that continues, we may see another tornado warning being issued into and around the area of southern parts of Chattanooga and western parts of Floyd County relatively soon. If that happens, we'll bring that along to you as best we can. Time is 11 o'clock. For our friends at the FCC, this is WDEF-TV News 12 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We've been on the air now for about 3 hours, keeping you updated as to what's going on with the situation. And as of right now, we have less tornado warnings than we did, but we still have a lot of them. And again, that is going across areas of northeast Alabama and parts of northwest Georgia, moving east at approximately 30 to 40 miles per hour. Excuse me for a moment, had to wet the whistle. Talking for 3 hours will do that to you. We will be on with the news as soon as we possibly can, if we are able to do so. Unfortunately for right now, these tornado warnings remain in effect until 11:30 p.m. So if this continues over the next couple of several minutes, we may not have News 12 at 11 for later on tonight. We'll keep you updated on that for right now, but that appears that we have, with our severe weather coverage, wiped out our newscast for tonight. We'll see what happens. The National Weather Service in Huntsville appears to have canceled the confirmed tornado warning that was in effect until 10:15 Central Time around the Henniger area, Sylvania, Mentone, Alpine, and Fort Payne. The tornado warning, the red bordered tornado warning that was in effect for that area, also appears to have been canceled as well. So as of right now, for News 12 counties, DeKalb and Jackson County, for the first time in approximately 3 hours, you are tornado warning free, and no sign of anything replacing that back to the west as we watch the tornado watch get canceled. Going to let the radar data reset here for a second, so let's take a look and see. Again, the tornado watch has been canceled for a good portion of the area, looking back toward Meigs, Ray, Bledsoe, Sequatchie, Marion, Grundy, and Hamilton counties. The tornado warning has now been allowed to expire or has been canceled, which means the severe weather threat has come to an end. The tornado watch remains in effect until 12 o'clock Central Time for northeast Alabama, and remains in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern for all of north central and northwest Georgia. A small portion of southeast Tennessee remains under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Likewise, western North Carolina, you're under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. So we do have at least a little bit more to go when it comes to anything involving the current situation with the watches out there again for right now. So the good news at this point in time, showing again that most of everything continues to diminish, but it's going to take a while before we get all of this stuff out into around portions of the area again for right now. So we're going to get rid of the rainfall overnight. Some of the questions on our YouTube chat function asking about what's going on with the storm into the overnight period. Well, most of this should be gone as we go into overnight, so that's good news, but it's going to take a while to get rid of all of this rainfall, and we've had plenty of it over the course of the last couple of hours, and most of this again should be out of here by the time we hit dawn patrol, school time tomorrow. Coming down to the last few days of school for a lot of the districts out there, you should not need the umbrella going into tomorrow, so some good news on that. Let's take a look and see what's going on. Several power outages being reported. Not that many. McMinn, Meigs, and Bradley County standing at 400 reports of outages, 100 in Dade and Floyd counties, 100 in Sequatchie, Bledsoe counties in Tennessee, and 300 being reported in Whitfield, Georgia. So we're not getting too much of anything in the way of widespread power outages, at least just yet. Now, hopefully, the Storm Prediction Center has carved out a little bit more of the severe weather threats. Again, this was just issued a little while ago. The next update is about 3 hours away. So for right now, we're looking again at that enhanced severe weather threat remaining, but that'll be again ending in the next few hours as that storm system heads on down to the south and to the east. And then the threat as we go into early on Wednesday will be well back to our east, and then also all the way back to our west. So we're not getting anything in the way of a repeat performance out of this. And over the next several days, hopefully, again, we'll get some quieter conditions out there. We have had quite a number of damage reports, especially back to our northwest. Now, in the News 12 viewing area specifically, reports of hail, estimated 1.3 inches around Scottsboro. Reports from the MPing weather reporting app, half dollar sized, about 1.25. Several trees down around Griffith Creek, Tennessee. That reported in Marion County. Several trees down, hail size unknown. Trees down around Dunlap and Sequatchie County. Around the area of Hamilton County, southwest of Sale Creek, several trees reported down there. Trees down, nickel-sized hail, Dunlap, 3 miles northeast of there at Sequatchie, and then back toward I-75 in Athens, Tennessee. Several trees down, 1 mile west-northwest of Athens, and then back into and around the area of McMinn County, several trees reported down. Back into northern Bledsoe County, structure damage reported on Ray Road at the time of 8:05 p.m. Estimated on that. What looked to be a possible rotation out there. Hail, golf ball sized in Burgess Road in Crossville, southwest of that in Cumberland, Tennessee. And then also looking at some flash flooding taking place. Dunbar Road in Crossville, 10 miles south. Reported impassable due to flooding. So in the News 12 viewing area, we've gotten only a few damage reports taking place, so good news there. But it is possible that we're going to see a lot more in the way of possible amounts of damage reports coming through, including some tornadic reports reported here around Hohenwald, Lewis County. Tornado viewed on webcam, reported also by the media. Trees down near Waterloo. Tornadoes possible around Waterloo, Alabama. A very thin tornado, EF0 reported, estimated there. And again, not seeing a huge amount of tornadoes in our direction. Fredonia, Tennessee, a possible tornado. Debris signature reported on radar. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of that tonight in various locations, so could be some of that damage sticking around into very early tomorrow morning. So please watch your commute to and from school out there. All right, time again just past 11 o'clock, and we still have a lot going on. We have about 2 tornado warnings concurrent here around the area of Chattanooga and southern Walker counties. That extends into around Gordon and southern Whitfield counties. That is well south of the Dalton area, which again took a direct march over by a storm containing rotation. No reports of anything taking place in Dalton as of yet. Here's hoping it stays that way. We have, again, a new tornado warning taking place for Floyd County and for southern Chattanooga County. Chattanooga County in the News 12 viewing area. So a brand new tornado warning here. That's in effect until 11:45 Eastern. Most of that is for Cherokee County, Alabama, and that again heading over to the east again across Floyd County until 11:45. Most of the other tornado warnings into effect until 11:30 Eastern. So for roughly about another 20 to 30 minutes as these storms move over Tryon, Somerville, around Resaca, and approaching I-75 from the west. Again, the data that you're looking at is not as clear as it could be because we're taking data from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia, down around Atlanta. The warning information and the radar signatures from Huntsville at the High Top radar site. High Top radar in northeast Alabama is apparently offline. The data is now approaching 2 hours old, so we can't really depend on that to give you an idea as to what is going on. And the storm system moving its way out of the area into and around portions of the areas out of Tennessee and into Georgia and Atlanta. Okay, information from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. The High Top radar site is inoperable until further notice. Technicians have been alerted. So Huntsville data on the radar site is out of order and will not be repaired until an estimated time frame coming up. So there's really not much we can tell you about that. So we'll have to rely on Peachtree City for these warnings going on. If you're just joining us, let's do a quick round robin around the area so we can give you an idea. Excuse me. I've had these allergies for a long time and I'm tired of them. Apologies, don't mean to cough directly into the microphone on that. That was very rude. The possibility of, again, more storms happening are kind of diminishing. We're not seeing much of anything going on back to the northwest, so that is some very good news. Mostly at this time, again, from the Tennessee line back up to the north, we're not getting much of anything happening outside of rain. The worst activity in the form of showers and thunderstorms and some decent amounts of lightning now making its way from Tennessee into North Carolina. A pretty good cell showing up there. Excuse me, right around the McKaysville area. So we do have probably some intense, there's definitely some intense lightning. There's also probably the possibility of, again, some gusty winds with that. Ducktown, Hot House, Friendship, Fields of the Wood, Reestown, Salem, all getting a very intense signature showing up there. See if we got anything in the way of hail showing up. Yes, it looks like we do have a few markers here, about half-inch size hail reported there and back right along the Tennessee-North Carolina line. So we do have a decent amount of some activity taking place there. But again, no severe weather with this as this heads up into the higher elevations of the Appalachians. Meanwhile, down to the south, east of Dalton, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's in effect until 11:30. Intense amounts of rainfall, and then also into the areas east of I-75, that moving on over into Gilmer counties, and eventually that'll be heading over into southern Fannin County, Georgia. That'll be the worst of the worst activity there. We're not showing any signs of rotation with that storm. Velocity data is not detecting anything, but again, remember the radar beam is pointed way up high at this distance from the radar site, so it's possible we could see more activity redeveloping, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of that again for right now. Let's take a look and see again the tornado warning storms for Walker County, for southern parts of Walker County in Georgia, back over toward Whitfield, southern Whitfield County, again well south of the Dalton area, approaching Resaca, northwest Georgia, northwest Gordon County in Georgia, picking up that activity. And then again, Chattanooga County, also under a tornado warning for the northern part of the county, and another tornado warning for southern Chattanooga County in Georgia. That one in effect until 11:45, as this particular very strong cell over Cherokee County, Alabama, makes its way to the east-southeast. That'll be affecting Poetry. Would love to get a mail stamp from that town. Annandale, Farrell, Benton, you're going to be picking up this particular cell near the bottom portion of your screen, and that one again has the potential of a possible tornado there. A very decent, if not very broad, signature showing up from this particular cell. Again, this is what we're seeing again for right now. The cell itself, somewhere around Cedar Bluff, and again right around Farrell, possibility of a tornado there. Again, there's been some miniature spin-ups all the way around and up and down this line, so it is possible that we could see some minor tornadoes, as in EF0 Smaller than that, it's very difficult to detect them on radar because they don't take up a lot of real estate, so we're kind of unable to see that. We're also picking up, again, just a bit of a hook right here, just a bit of an inflow taking place. If we go back to reflectivity, we'll see again some of that is right on the most intense part of the storm. So Galesville, south of Grassland, Fullerton, Cedar Bluff, somewhere in this area, I would say you've got the potential of a tornado. We have had little, if anything, in the way of confirmation of any of these storms on the ground. Again, it's nighttime. These storms have been rain-wrapped. It's very difficult to see those type of things at nighttime. So it's difficult to be able to say for right now if anything has touched down. We did get that signature of debris earlier tonight in western Jackson County, Alabama. So again, for right now, that's been the only indication that we've had of anything involving damage. We'll probably see more of that into the course of the next several hours. But for right now, DeKalb and Jackson County, Alabama, counties, I should say, Alabama, are clear of any warnings. Just some heavy rain on either side of I-59. The threat of tornadoes now shifts again to northwest Georgia with all of these tornado warnings taking place. There are currently counties 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different parts of the counties now under tornado warnings, again from I-75 back into around the area of Tryon and around Lyerly. The worst, again, amount to the west of I-75, getting those storms rolling into Resaca. You are under a tornado warning in that area of Gordon County, so please keep that in mind. We're seeing, again, some very broad rotation here with this storm, but we are seeing the possibility of some rotation located, again, right in here. Another one from that particular cell showing up between Tryon and the Curryville area, and what looks to be possibly another cell leaving southern Chattanooga County into and around the possibility of that storm moving into and around northwest Floyd County relatively soon. That could be affecting the Armitage area. So we've got a couple of different tornado vortexes showing up here, and that is, again, what we're warning you against as the storm moves its way over the area. Pardon the coughing and the sneezing tonight. It's been terrible with the allergies, and talking for 3 hours tops doesn't really help that much either, but keeping an idea as to what's going on out there for now. Again, this is the worst of the worst activity that we've seen for right now, and the storm will continue to make its way toward the I-75 corridor back to the east. So we've got plenty of heavy rain, gusty winds. We've got hail of ½ inch according to radar estimates, and we also have, again, the potential of tornadoes touching down from the stronger portions of these storms. Now, as these storms continue to the east, we'll continue to monitor this. We'll see. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for around the area from Fairmount, Kingston, all the way down to about Cave Spring. Again, these severe thunderstorm warnings in Gordon, back into around Bartow and Floyd counties in Georgia. That's the worst that we can see for right now. East of those tornado warnings, that tornado warning has now crossed the interstate and has been extended until 12 midnight Eastern time for Gordon County in the News 12 viewing area, just to the southwest of Resaca. So the heaviest viewing area storm right now is this particular cell right around Beatum and the Everett Springs area north of Curryville. That is going to be making its way through Damascus and Calhoun and the I-75 area relatively in a short order. Matter of fact, let's stop this for a second. We'll do a quick track on this because, again, this storm, where it is for right now, going east, and let's call it about 40 miles per hour. That cell, again, now making its way through these particular areas. Blackwood at 1141, Crane Eater at 1142, Soapstick at 1142, Hunt's Corner 1145, 1147 for Audubon, Cache, and Redbud, but more quickly and more closely in about the next 12 minutes, Sugar Valley, and the next 17 minutes or so for Calhoun. 1137 for Damascus, right on around the area of I-75. So if you're in any of these locations, you need to be in a safe place, as that strongest part of the storm rolls over I-75 and portions of western and central Gordon counties. So that is going to be the worst of the worst for right there. Again, the storm, well, it's moving a little faster than I anticipated, but that's relatively accurate. Again, the storm producing a possible tornado around Gordon, Walker, and Whitfield County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado around the Sugar Valley area. Again, moving to the east, that particular cell now again making its way into northwestern Georgia and heading to the east about 30 miles per hour, but that'll put it in this relatively this area you're seeing, this relatively close area right around I-75, is that line now across much of northwest Georgia. The severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like good news for east of Dalton, that particular cell for Gilmer and around the area of Whitfield County. Murray and Gilmer County severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled, so good news on that. That was in effect until 11:30, so that got canceled a few minutes earlier. So that means we have, again, these leftover storms, which are still tornadic, moving through areas of around Chattanooga, Gordon, Floyd, and now Whitfield County has been dropped from the tornado warning, so all we have left is Chattanooga and Gordon counties. And once the storms move out of there, we will be going back to regular programming, but that's going to be about midnight or so, so we still have quite a long ways to go as these tornado warnings continue for the area tonight. If you're just joining us, we'll get you updated on the rest of the locations out there. Again, for right now, Chattanooga is picking up raindrops here and there, but that's really about it. And the strongest storms that we've been watching in Tennessee, north of the Tennessee line, now moving into western portions of North Carolina. Some estimated hail of 5 inches, plenty of lightning, some heavy amounts of rainfall, and also the possibility, again, of some gusty, damaging winds. But those storms moving into western North Carolina around Cherokee County, North Carolina, are not severe. They're strong, and they have been packing quite a punch, but they are not severe at this time. Northeast Alabama, Jackson and DeKalb counties, you are out of the warnings at this time, and it looks like we will be seeing an end to the weather coming up here relatively soon. Hopefully not a lot of problems from those storms tonight. Hopefully everybody stayed safe out there. So right now it's northwest Georgia that we're keeping our eyes on, especially, again, Floyd, Chattanooga, and back into around the area of Gordon County in the News 12 viewing area under tornado warnings. Areas of Chattanooga County under a tornado warning now extended until midnight for that storm cell rolling through North Floyd and eastern Chattanooga County, and the storm warning, the tornado warning, in effect for Gordon County, west of I-75, the heaviest amount of storms going through there. That one, again, is going to be expiring as of midnight, so we still have about 37 minutes before these storms move out of the location. Again, we do not have much of anything showing up in the way of any indications of any touchdowns just yet. A few storms, yes, but we have not had anything else until Jesse brought me the information earlier from the newsroom, and thank you, Mr. Jesse, for that. The strongest portion of the storm, again, in Chattanooga and Floyd counties. Lots of lightning with this around Everett Springs, probably very loud and windy there. From the Subligna area, I'm sorry I'm slaughtering these names, into around Farmersville, Floyd Springs, Carta, and Oostanola. That, again, giving the worst activity there with the potential, again, of a possible tornado. We'll stop this and we'll switch over to the velocity scan. Couple of possibilities here. Number one, maybe some rotation going on here around the Everett Springs, Curryville area. Number two, a possible rotation area, but weak and broad, Oarsman down to Glenwood. And again, from what we're seeing for right now, the worst of this storm that passed out of northeastern Alabama around Annydale and around Poetry, Georgia, That is where we see the worst potential for anything involving severe weather right there. All right, DeKalb County EMA reporting Alabama Highway 117 from Mentone to Valley Head is washed out and impassable, and traffic is stopped on the Lookout Mountain Protection Mentone Fire Department. Okay. Could you email that to me when you have a chance? And there, thank you very much, Jesse Farley, everybody, message deliverer extraordinaire, and great anchor too. That information again from DeKalb County in Alabama. We do have again reports of some washouts on the roadways out there. We'll see if National Weather Service Huntsville has anything to say about that. But for right now, no reports of that from the National Weather Service Huntsville. Not seeing any problems again for right now. Let's go back to, again, regular reflectivity radar and put that back into motion so you can see more about what is happening in that location. The main part of these storms, again, going through, that is where we see the worst potential from Cedar Bluff, Alabama, now back toward west of Rome, Georgia, in Floyd County, which coincidentally you are under a tornado warning as well for the Rome area. So want to make certain you are in a safe place in areas around western Floyd County and central Floyd County, now under this tornado warning, and that remains in effect until 11:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll see how well that goes, if that storm diminishes or makes its way out of the area. We still have the tornado warning in effect for Chattanooga, northern Floyd, and for Gordon County in Georgia. Again, making its way across the Tennessee line from earlier on, and that is where we are picking up again, that worst portion of the storms for right now, moving on through. Travel in the morning with all these storms knocking stuff off the trees. Could be debris out there. Could be power outages. Hopefully you made certain to get your phones charged before the storms moved on through. We don't have a lot going on in the way of power outages, so good news on that. But again, it is something to watch out for, especially if you are traveling in the morning, especially to school. You don't want to be in a rush out there for the rest of the evening. You want to make certain that you are taking enough time to allow for the potential of backups, whether it's backed up storm drains with lots of water, whether it is garbage cans strewn about the area, or whether or not it is branches or anything in the way of weather that has been blown down. So again, this is something that really needs to be taken into account out there. So again, please use caution. Please make certain you save a lot of time in the morning to get to where you're going, because those pieces of debris, that can ruin your morning if you're not paying attention. So please, eyes open and heads up if you're heading off to work or school early in the morning, or if you're like me, I have to get the dog to the vet for her shots and a grooming appointment tomorrow as well. So early in the morning, that's going to be the worst potential out there. Again, Chattanooga, top portion of the screen, not much going on here except for some rainfall, picking up some rain on the camera lenses out there. We'll take a quick trip out there for the time being in just a little bit. But for right now, again, showing the worst activity, tornado warnings now crossing out of Alabama and moving into northwest Georgia. Still have about 3 tornado warnings left to go. So it is possible that we will see more potential problems out there for tonight. Okay, from DeKalb County, let's go back out here for just a second, and we'll see if we can give you an idea, Sue, about this. DeKalb County, don't have an exact location on here, but right in that area, Alabama Highway 117 from Mentone to Valley Head. Again, that's Alabama Highway 117 from Mentone to Valley Head. It's just east of I-59. Let me see if I can bring that up on the display there so we can see more about that. Into and around that area. Let me stop this for just a second so we can see a little bit more. If you're just joining us, again, we are starting to get some damage reports out there. So again, this is something that we are going to be getting in throughout the rest of the evening out there. Okay, so from this area here, we're talking about some problems. Let me see. Mentone to Valley. Okay, right in here. This information coming to us from Lookout Mountain Protection and the Mentone Fire Department. This area here on Highway 117 is reported impassable, and traffic is stopped because the roadway is washed out. Again, that is to the east of I-59, right around and east of Hammondville, between Bankhead and around the area of Mentone to Valley Head. This area here on Highway 117 is considered impassable at this time, as again, we have seen reports from the National Weather Service and damage out there from the Mentone Fire Department. We are seeing, again, the worst potential out there. If anybody back in production is trying to talk to me, I think my IFB box is out of battery power, so I'll just be flying blind here for a little bit. If you have a spare battery out there, we might take that here in just a little bit. Once again, Highway 117 from Mentone to Valley Head is washed out and deemed impassable, and traffic is stopped. Again, that's Mentone to Valley Head. So if you've got anything in the way of travel plans through this area that is just to the east of I-59 around Hammondville, use caution. Oh, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Keaton. Appreciate the help. Nice to be able to hear things again out there. For right now, again, this reporting anything in the way of any shutdowns in the roadway area. So that's good news, but there could be, again, the potential of more problems out there through the rest of the evening. It is not morning just yet, but we're close. Again, north of Chattanooga and the Tennessee line, there's really not much going on. We still have, again, those tornado warnings in effect for southern Chattanooga County. Most of the storm system, looks like the worst part of that storm is now solidly into southern Floyd County, Georgia. And that, again, could be a potential problem if that stays on its current path. That's going to take it right through Rome, Georgia, and that is where we may see, again, more potential. Matter of fact, a pretty good signature taking place at that location. So what we're looking at is the potential of, again, the signature of the green with the red together. Somewhere in there is where we may be looking at the potential of a tornado, and again, that is making its way back to the east at approximately 30 miles per hour. So again, for right now, that is going to be the worst activity that we have to report to you at this time. National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia. Okay, they're canceling the tornado warning for Chattanooga and Floyd counties, at least in the northern part of the county. That tornado warning has now been brought to an end. However, Gordon County and areas of close to and again around Floyd County, we still have a tornado warning for Gordon, around Resaca, and around Calhoun. The computer at this time is showing again a marker of rotation right around Curryville and southwest of Calhoun. That again will be making its way across I-75. If that stays on a northerly path, a little bit north of east, we probably should not see any problems, hopefully, with that as it crosses on through. But that is a pretty good signature showing up again around Reeves, west of Calhoun. So if you're in Calhoun, Blackwood, Lily Pond, Reeves, Crane Eater, Cache, you want to be in a safe place. Likewise, in Damascus, you are under the tornado warning. Resaca is now under a severe thunderstorm warning, but apparently has been dropped from the tornado warning at this time. Again, that cylinder you see rotating right over the Reeves area is picking up the strongest potential of rotation, and that is where we are watching that particular cell under that tornado warning, right into the area west of Blackwood and I-75. So that is going to take it back into the area of around I-75 relatively soon. This particular cell will do a timeout of this and show you going about 30 miles per hour to the east, mostly over rural territory, but there also will be the potential of showing again some heavier amounts of that storm going through Blackwood around 11:44, Farmville at 11:51, Cache at 11:54, Sonoraville at 11:55, and Lewis Corner around 11:56. So still a warning here, still a potential of damage, still a danger as this storm goes across northwest Georgia. So this, again, is the worst of the worst portion of that storm. It's, again, fairly a decent rotation taking place. And again, that is going to be heading for Blackwood and Lily Pond going east. Hopefully that avoids the Calhoun area. But if you are in Calhoun, Damascus, Everett Springs, Lewis Corner, Cache, Blackwood, you need to be in a safe place. Again, the storm with the rotation portion of it should be passing over and through that area within about the next 15 to 20 minutes. So you need to be in a safe place. Again, Resaca, not in the tornado warning. Fidel, Tryon, Carter's, you are out of that for right now. But this particular cell is, again, making its way over. The closer these storms get to the radar site, the better data we're going to be able to offer. But this is still showing some pretty intense storms making their way through parts of Gordon County in around the area of northwest Georgia. So if you are in this location, definitely want to be in a safe place as that storm continues to make its way to the east, give or take at about 30 miles per hour. Again, these are radar indicated storms. We do not have any possibility of anything involving tornadoes being spotted, especially at this time of night. So some good news again on that. Okay, Chattooga County, the northern part of the county has now been lifted from the tornado warning. The tornado warning was in effect for this area of Chattooga County. Now just a severe thunderstorm warning east of Tryon and Somerville. We still have a tornado warning in effect for southern Floyd County, and that does include, okay, it looks like Chattooga County. That also, all of Chattooga County has been lifted from the tornado warning, and now the only warning left over is for Gordon County in Georgia, passing I-75 right now. Floyd with Rome in it, that is just south. Technically, it's not one of our counties, but we'll bring you updates on this to keep you advised. Again, if you're in Rome, the strongest part of that storm is just to your southwest, and that is going to be moving through here relatively soon. That particular storm, again, the tornado warning was in effect, still is for Cherokee County. No, the tornado warning for Cherokee, Alabama has been canceled. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for all that rain and lightning taking place, and probably some pretty good amounts of hail. The cell itself, again, into around Floyd County, affecting Rome. That one giving a decent amount of rain around Friendship. East of Annydale, north of Foster Mills. We're looking mainly at this area here. Doesn't show, I think, let me take a quick look at the velocity scan. Yes, we do have right in that area a decent signature. It's fairly broad, so we're not looking at a lot of a rotation. We're looking at a broad rotation shows that the entire storm is rotating. Whether or not we are getting any tornadoes into and around areas close to that red and green is kind of iffy. It's possible, which is why we issue the warnings in the first place, to tell you about this so you can get to safety. Again, we don't have the technology yet to be able to say that exactly here, that's where the tornado is. So we do have a very kind of broad brush approach where we look at that rotation between the green and the red, and we can tell you a little bit more about where the winds are rotating one direction on one side and one direction on the other, and then somewhere right in the middle, that is where we see the potential of the tornado. So if you're in this area west of Rome, southwest of Rome for right now, that is where we're looking at the worst possibility. The relative velocity on here, the storm relative motion, which takes into account how the storm is moving and which direction it's moving, the velocity on there. Again, it's still showing some pretty good signatures right on through, right between Foster Mills, Friendship, Coosa and Benton and up toward Berry Hill. So I would say just about anywhere in this location is where we see that potential of a tornado. And again, for right here, Rome located back to the east on I-70, back toward west of I-75 in parts of central Floyd County, Georgia. That's where we're seeing the storm. Now, most of that should be diving south of Rome, so that might be affecting Atlanta Junction. It might be affecting the Boozeville area. It's very close to Foster Mills. If I was in Friendship, Foster Mills, Benton, anything in that area north of Vans Valley and west of Rome, I would be in a safe place right now just to be on the safe side. And again, that's what it all comes down to with a lot of these storms. You do not want to take the risk. Even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, these things have been decently powerful throughout the rest of the morning. Again, the possibility of some heavy rain with some of these taking place. The tornado warning for Gordon County continues. Again, that's in effect until midnight, another 21 minutes. This one, again, showing the worst of the activity, crossing I-75, now south of Resaca toward Damascus and right around the Calhoun area, and then right back around Lily Pond. That is where that rotating cylinder is, where the computer is saying that's the best possibility of a possible tornado vortex taking place. So around Blackwood, Plainville, just west of I-75, again, that is where the computer is estimating the best potential of a tornado. And yes, that is definitely the case right there. Again, what we're looking at is that red very close to that green, and that shows you again right there what we may be looking for. So that is a very good indication that we still have a tornadic possible storm around Blackwood and south of Calhoun. Again, Resaca and Damascus, I think you're out of it for right now. And a new tornado warning just issued for that part of the storm for the south central and southeastern part of Gordon County, Georgia. That's now in effect until 12:15 Eastern time. And again, that is the right now two of the last tornado warnings that we have, but that will take it into and across the area of Gordon County, eventually into and around Pickens, possibly north Bartow County, maybe into Cherokee County, Georgia. But again, that storm showing the best amount of rotation, the healthiest possibility of the storm there. Chattanooga County, Walker County, Dade County, Georgia, you are out of it for right now. But it's this storm that is now making its way through. This was the earlier tornado warning that was in effect until midnight. That one, I'm guessing they're going to cancel pretty soon, as that storm is now passing south of there, and the strongest area signature with that rotating cylinder that you see, the storm is now going to be going back to the east, approaching Highway 411, moving out. It's really taking a little bit more of just a bit south of east trajectory. So that, again, right over Lily Pond and Blackwood, that's going to take it down through the southern parts of Gordon County here relatively soon. And let's take a quick look. I'll stop this where the cylinder is located. Sonoraville, back to the west of Fairmount, Farmville, south of Blackwood, north of Adairsville and Folsom, north of Gum Springs. That is where the tornado warning is going to be taken care of. That's where, again, it's going to be covering as that part of the storm rolls to the southeast. Again, that tornado warning now in effect until 12:15 in the morning. The tornado warning for Chattanooga has been canceled at this point. It looks like National Weather Service in Peachtree City the tornado warning remains in effect. A possibility of a tornado over Calhoun moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Again, that's roughly in that same area that you're looking at. Anywhere in here could be that possible tornado, and that's over south central Gordon County, Georgia. That's going to be taking it down to the east-southeast. So Ranger, Bobo, Fairmount, Cache, anything south of that area around Blackwood, that is where we could see, again, the worst potential of that tornado vortex. Yarbrough's Mill, Fairmount, Rio, anything along the area of west of Highway 411, that is going to be your best bet of that particular tornado going through there. It is coming up on a quarter till midnight, so let's do our quarter of the hour round robin and give you an idea as to what is happening, which right now is a lot less than what we saw just about an hour or so ago. We have little, if anything, going on. Strong thunderstorm into western North Carolina, rain over southeast areas of Tennessee, showers and thunderstorms, but no warnings over northeastern parts of Alabama. And then into around northwest Georgia, it's quieter than what it has been. Dalton, your particular cell from earlier, is now making its way over to the east. It is not severe anymore. There was a tornadic vortex with that. It is now over Gilmer, headed for Fannin County, Georgia, both in the News 12 viewing area. Meanwhile, we still have tornado warnings in effect. Floyd County, strong portion of that storm making its way toward the Rome, Chulio Hills, Boozeville area. So if you're in that location, I would be in a safe place, as that tornado warning remains in effect for about another minute or so, and they have not extended that back to the east. Meanwhile, again, the strongest signature of this tornado warning in Gordon County, Georgia, that again is passing into the southeastern parts of the county, so around Ranger, Cache, Blackwood, Sonoraville. That's where we're going to be picking up the best potential of anything involving a tornado here out of this particular cell. We're not getting a great signature, but we are getting a much better signature than what we saw a little bit earlier. Should remember to turn the volume down on that. Okay, looking again at this signature here with red mixed in with the green, south of Sonoraville, good possibility that is the strongest area of the potential of a tornado. So between Sonoraville and Folsom, Highway 140 up to around Highway 411, right around the Farmville area, south and west of Yarbrough's Mill. That is where we're looking at the worst potential out there, and that is where we have, again, the flashing red polygons. Those are the tornado warnings that remain in effect. We'll be going on through midnight here. One tornado warning around Damascus over toward Audubon. That one will probably be dropped here relatively soon, but I never like to foreguess the National Weather Service. So for right now, we'll wait until they say something on that. Whitfield County, Georgia, emergency manager for Whitfield County, Georgia, around Rocky Face, reporting thunderstorm wind damage, multiple trees down along Houston Valley Road. So again, Whitfield County now reporting some damage into that particular area. The storm we're watching right now is again over the Gordon County area. We'll go back to reflectivity for a minute, and still no data from high top. Apparently the high top radar from the National Weather Service in Huntsville is offline until further notice. No idea what happened, whether it was a computer fault or lightning, anything like that going on, but we'll bring you updates on that when we get them, if at all possible, from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. Tornado warning for central Gordon County remains in effect. Storm capable of producing a tornado over Calhoun. This is a few minutes old, moving east at about 35. Radar indicated rotation. We have no reports of any touchdown. More than likely, we're not going to get too many reports of damage unless we get it from the authorities or from amateur radio operators, or again from law enforcement officers out there keeping an eye on things. Usually at this time of night, we're not going to get too many reports, and when we do, they'll come trickling in, but we will not get a whole bunch of them anytime soon. So again, if you're just joining us and you're in Gordon County, Georgia, your tornado warning continues again until 12:15 for the southeast part of the county. Part of that warning has already been curved back by just a little bit, so we're going to continue to see less in the way of storms going on here. Now, again, good news at this time from the National Weather Service. We still have those tornado warnings around Gordon County. That's the flashing red color that you see, but then we also have now all of the Tennessee counties in the News 12 viewing area. All counties in Alabama, Jackson, and DeKalb have now been cleared from the tornado watch. Cherokee County, you are still under that tornado watch until 2 a.m. Likewise, northwest Georgia. But I'm just going to bet that as this line clears the area, we'll probably see less in the way of tornado watches out there. Usually they issue these things for many hours in advance, and as of right now, the good news is that they are peeling back those watches, so we are almost done with the threat of severe weather for tonight. So definitely some good news for us. Increasing power outage reports now showing again 500 being reported. That's 500, not 500,000, so that's good news. Dade County, Georgia, 100. Also in Floyd, DeKalb County, Alabama, 400. Same thing in Hamilton County and Bradley County and McMinn counties in Tennessee. One reported outage in Cherokee, North Carolina. So doing a lot better there than we are in the rest of the area. Again, severe weather threat for right now. We still have the potential of an enhanced threat of severe weather, although this forecast is several hours old and will be updated at 2 o'clock Eastern. So it's doubtful the severe weather threat is going to be continuing any time from all of this, and we are still again awaiting the arrival of more in the way of damage across the area. We've gotten a few more reports showing up here, not a lot of them at this time, but we are again watching for more in the way of potential problems with this. Again, please remember on the roadways tomorrow could be debris out there, and we'll be watching for any more signs of any reports coming our direction. Let's take a quick look at the forecast before we go back to radar, letting the data reset. Again, the storms, what's left at midnight, should be basically out of here by 2 to 3 o'clock Eastern time, and that should do it outside of some leftover chances of rain, probably some fog in the morning, and then we'll get rid of the rain and the clouds, going for more sunshine as we head into and around the area of Wednesday afternoon. So we're doing a lot better on the conditions out there for right now. Rain passing over downtown from earlier, little if anything taking place at this point. So downtown, Bailey's Heating and Air Camera, very quiet conditions, even clearing out to Lookout Mountain off in the distance. A little bit of leftover drizzle and some fog and mist from the News 12 studio camera looking north toward Signal Mountain, but definitely not able to see anything out there. And a quick check of 2475, fog and mist showing up. You can see that in the street lights out there as that humidity sits in place, and we've got some very muggy conditions for right now, back in the lower 70s, calm winds, high humidity. That means we've got again a very good possibility of fog coming our way into the morning hours. All right, back to the warnings. Again, we're waiting for the National Weather Service to see what we get. We still have tornado warnings in effect for Gordon County in the southern parts of the News 12 viewing area. That's in effect until 12:15, so we've got about another half an hour before that warning is lifted. The other warnings at this time, all the other tornado warnings are gone. We don't have anything else taking place. We have the one in central Gordon County that's in effect until midnight. That also again showing the storm passing on out of here down to the southeast. So that central tornado warning that you see, the red polygon there, that one also should be again diminished and heading out and probably canceled by the National Weather Service relatively soon. But we will wait until the National Weather Service gives us an idea on what's going on there. National Weather Service canceling more of the tornado watch. Cherokee, North Carolina, you are out of that for right now. Likewise, everything back over toward Blount, Granger, Hancock, Jefferson, and Sevier counties now out of the tornado watch. So good news on that. Maryville, Blount County, Tennessee, train spotter reporting wind damage around trees down around the Maryville Housing Authority. And in Sevier County, a large tree blocking a lane of Highway 441 near the Zion Hill area. So we've got some reports of damage out there. Claiborne County, Tennessee, wind damage, a few trees down, and several other minor amounts of wind damage out there. Fortunately, no reports of any casualties. Here's hoping it stays that way. We'll continue to update you on that when we get details from the National Weather Service. But for right now, okay, the tornado warning, let's see, for Gordon County, and let's see if we can get this information here. Okay, pardon me for going through here. Tornado warning for central Gordon County will expire. The one we're pointing at right there in the middle of your screen, that one will expire at midnight. The other tornado warning will remain in effect until 12:15 a.m. So that one, again, dropping on down to the south and to the east. The worst part of that storm now in south central and southeastern parts of Gordon County in Georgia. So that, again, is where we see the worst of the worst. What are we looking at in the way of rotation? Let's take a look in that area. The rotation at this time is broad and not showing up entirely too well, but between Fairmount and Sonoraville, where that green and the red meet up, that, again, somewhere in that area is a possible tornado, and that's why we have these issued. That's why the National Weather Service puts on the type of warnings that you see talking about that, because if it's spotted, we can say it's a confirmed warning, but again, we have to make certain that it is confirmed on there, that we get, again, the potential for making certain people know whether it has descended to the ground or not, whether it's still a funnel cloud, things like that. So we want to make certain that everybody's aware of that. So for right now, that appears to be the best area of picking up a possible tornado for the time being. So south central Gordon County between Sonoraville and Fairmount. That is the best potential right now of that tornado warning, making its way on through on the relative velocity scan. This scan takes into account the motion of the storms. So as the storms move into or through a particular location, we see again the possibility of that storm, and the computer takes that into account, so it gives us a little bit more accurate view of what's going on. Heavy rainfall, probably some hail and cash right around Sonoraville, and now approaching the Fairmount, Rio, Bobo area west of Highway 411. Moving closer to the Funkhauser area, portions of, tornado warning. Okay, tornado warning for Gordon County, for southeastern Gordon County, has now been extended until 12:30 on Wednesday morning. So we have another tornado warning covering this one, going down to the southeast. That one will be dropped again, hopefully within about the next 30 minutes or so, as that storm, the worst part about it, crosses over into Pickens County in Georgia, down toward Cherokee County, and Bartow County will be getting into that as well. But the tornado warning now for Bartow, Pickens, and Gordon County, where that tornado is located, and where, again, the worst potential of that storm going on through. There is still, if you take a look at this system, it is, again, semi-comma shaped, so this storm does still have a little bit of rotation to it, which is why the storm National Weather Service has issued another tornado warning for this particular storm as it goes past Jerusalem, Salacoa, and eventually over toward the Daniels and Nelson area, close to around east of I-75, and that's going to be the worst of the worst activity there. But for right now, that is where we see, again, that possibility of a tornado taking place. Again, if you're in this area, south central, southeastern Gordon County, you are under a tornado warning now until 12:30. We're coming up on midnight, so we'll take another round robin look at things here in just a little while to give you an idea as to what's going on around the entire area. But again, possible tornado, rain wrapped south central, southeastern Gordon counties. That's in effect until, again, midnight plus half an hour. So that is where we are going to see, again, the potential for the worst amount of possible tornadoes. This is the last warning out there. So again, at midnight, the warning that's in effect around Damascus, Calhoun, and Cache will be allowed to expire. The second tornado warning that was issued for the southern part of Gordon County, that's in effect until 12:15. And then farther to the southeast, the tornado warning that was just issued a few seconds ago, that now is in effect until 12:30, as this system again clears the area and heads down away into the Atlanta market area. And they'll be taking over, if they haven't already, on tornado warning coverage down in that particular location. So for right now, that is the worst of the worst activity that we have at this time. So if you have any plans for traveling, you're going to be running into a lot of heavy weather out there, so please keep that in mind if you're going to be traveling in the morning as well. That is where we're going to be seeing the worst of the worst activity when it comes to leftover amounts of rainfall in the gutters, and could be, again, some more problems out there. If you're just joining us, we'll go out for a second to the entire area here real quick to talk about what is happening, but want to make certain everybody's aware, again, for right now, it's technically a fairly small area, but around the area close to around east of I-59 in northeast Alabama, DeKalb County Emergency Management reporting Alabama Highway 117 from Mentone to Valley Head washed out and impassable. Traffic is stopped around, and thanks to the Lookout Mountain Protection and Mentone Fire Department for passing that along. Again, that is Alabama Highway 117 between Mentone and Valley Head. It is washed out and impassable. Again, that's in northeastern parts of Alabama. We got that information from earlier, and thanks to News 12's Jesse Farley for picking that up right there. Thanks to News 12's Nick Hill for also helping out on things for tonight, including DeKalb County EMA asking people to refrain from traveling on the roads and avoid venturing out to assess damage. Work crews are working now to clear trees and restore power in DeKalb County. So that is where we see, again, the worst of the worst, and where it comes to anything involving damage out there. But again, the authorities are on the job, so now is not anything in the way of problems for anything huge taking place for right now. So again, for DeKalb County, we're looking at the potential of the worst activity going through there, and there will be more damage reports coming up a little bit later on. DeKalb County EMA reporting damage near Powell in Jackson County. They also say it has been more power outages around Hennigar, Pea Ridge, Sylvania, and Valley Herd. Deputies say they saw a tornado between Hennigar and Valley Head earlier tonight. Again, that from News 12's Nicholas Hill passing on the information at this time. And again, we would bring you in this. What you're looking at is information from the National Weather Service radar in Atlanta. We cannot use the radar from High Top in Alabama because it is down. According to the National Weather Service, in Huntsville, the radar has suffered a, quote, catastrophic failure. Not too sure what that entails, but it cannot be good. So again, not seeing anything really good here in the way of news about the High Top radar. Fortunately, we're on the back end of this system, so we're not seeing a lot of problems out there where it comes to more storms heading our direction. So good news on that. Again, northwest Georgia, north central Georgia, that's the worst activity we have. And if you're just joining us, again, we have one more tornado warning for southeastern areas of Gordon County, Georgia. That was in effect until midnight. Now it's in effect until 12:15. Farther to the southeast as this system rolls through. And again, remember, this is a tornado warning, so it is possible that we could see, again, tornadoes out of this taking place anywhere along this line, again, for right now. So this is where we're looking at the worst activity for now, heading down to the southeast, and more potential problems on the roads. Again, debris could be an issue. We're going to be looking again at this storm leaving the area and now passing out of the News 12 counties. Once this makes its way out of Gordon County, we're going to cease operations for tonight. We've been on since 8 o'clock, so we're going to have to give our studio a time to power down for a little bit and to basically kind of curtail coverage for the time being. Time is just past midnight. It is Wednesday morning now, so if you are just joining us, again, we do have less in the way of major problems out there from anything involving widespread amounts of tornadoes taking place. So good news on that. But we do still have, again, that tornado warning that you see in the center part of your screen. Again, for our friends at the FCC, this is WDEF News 12 in downtown Chattanooga, Tennessee. making certain that everybody's up to date on things and making certain all the nice legalities are taken care of with call signs at the top of the hour and whatnot. Again, if you're in Gordon County, southeast Gordon County, east of I-75, southeast of Resaca and Calhoun, that is where we are seeing the worst activity going on, and that again is where we are looking at the worst potential of anything involving tornadoes taking place. We'll do a quick zoom in and give you an idea as to what we're looking at for this particular location just past midnight. So the central tornado warning for Calhoun and in that area of Blackwood, Crane Eater, central Gordon County has been canceled. The tornado warning still remains in effect for 12:15 for southeastern Gordon County, and for extreme southeastern Gordon County, that tornado warning remains in effect until 12:30. We do still have, and again, just picking this up from here, right in that area, it's fairly lopsided. That's the best signature we can see. The best potential, again, this is a very wide area of rotation, so we could be looking at miniature tornadoes in some location and a very broad rotation here, maybe larger tornado out there, but it's not focused quite as much, so it's less of a possibility of anything involving a widespread, huge tornado threat. But as long as that threat is still there, according to the National Weather Service, again, somewhere in this area is where we're looking at the potential of a tornado, possibly multiple tornadoes. That is something we cannot rule out. So that is something that, again, really you need to watch at this point in time. South and east of Cache, Sonoraville, Ranger, and Bobo, that is the worst of the worst activity going on. Again, that is where the heaviest rainfall is moving on through. This storm will be clearing the county here within about the next 15 to 20 minutes, so we should be seeing the current tornado warning going until the midnight and 12:15 hours. Was extended by 15 minutes. That particular cell, as that clears the area, we should be looking again at that tornado warning for 12:15 being canceled. But the other one until 12:30 for far southeastern Gordon County will continue again until 12:30. So we will be on the air at least until then. So again, for right now, that is where we're looking at the worst of the worst activity. So if you have any plans to travel southeast of Calhoun, Damascus, Resaca, that is the worst rainfall. The lightning amounts are still with us, but we are seeing a lot less lightning than what we did earlier tonight. So good news again on that. Let me get turn the opacity back up there so we can see more of the lightning. And again, that lightning has been fairly intense over the last couple of hours. So for right now, it is active in that area of Gordon County, but it's not quite as active as it has been. So again, opportunities we'll see for less lightning here coming up. So some good news on that. But again, indoors is going to be the best place for you to be. Outside and away of these storms, again, as these storms go through, best place to be is indoors when they are passing through. A sturdy building is where you want to be. Can't emphasize this enough. Again, into overnight could be debris on the roadways, so something to definitely keep an eye on there. Wind damage reported into and around Chattanooga County in the town of Tryon. Down tree near the intersection of DeForest Avenue and Allgood Street. Again, that's in Chattanooga County in Tryon. The Emergency Management Agency reporting wind damage in that location. So again, DeForest Avenue and Allgood Street, down tree reported in Tryon. Looking at other information, again, numerous road reports coming in, damage reports, I should say, with trees on the roadway across parts of the plateau into Middle Tennessee and also into eastern Tennessee as these storms have gone on through. Let's go back out again to take a look at the entire area for a little bit more of a view as to what's going on for right now. Again, numerous reports of damage, flash flooding, possibility of trees down, no indication of anybody saying tornadoes struck, golf ball sized hail in Cumberland County. Numerous reports again of trees down into and around northeast Alabama. Some reports again of some structures damaged, but fortunately those are on the light side for the time being. Not sure if the National Weather Service are going to do any big amounts of surveys after we get done with tonight's storms. It's possible, but as of right now, it's difficult to say. Farragut in Knox County picking up a 72 mile per hour wind gust earlier tonight, recorded by a home anemometer. That's pretty cool. Possibility again of more wind damage being reported overnight, and we'll have more about that coming up on News 12 this morning. Chip Chapman will have more on your forecast there. Again, into around Gordon County, we have the tornado warnings, plural, one overlapping the other. We have the tornado warning for south central Gordon County that's in effect until 12:15, and then farther to the southeast we have another tornado warning that is in effect until 12:30 for the southeastern, extreme southeastern parts of Gordon County. That is where we're looking at the worst potential of anything going on, but the heaviest amount of the storm is already out of the warning area and now moving down into Bartow, around the area of Cherokee and Pickens counties in Georgia. So most of that activity is leaving. The warning for the central part of the state, the county, I should say, of Gordon County, that was allowed to expire at midnight. Again, we still have a couple more minutes of these warnings going on, and I strongly suspect that the National Weather Service will be canceling some of that warning for the area back around Fairmount, in extreme southeastern Gordon County, in the News 12 viewing area south of Ranger. Most of the heaviest activity there has again already moved into Pickens and into around the Bartow and Cherokee County areas, so less of a threat, but there is still again the possibility of some of that rotation going on, and you can see that pretty clearly in the course of this display, to where what we're looking at is again this broad area of rotation, and could be some smaller rotations stuck in there someplace, which could be a problem again with smaller tornadoes not being able to be detected because they just aren't that big, and this radar can't determine what's going on with tornadoes that are that small. This is a very incredible piece of equipment, but it's not a miracle worker, and it can't see down to like the meter level on things. You need to be about a kilometer square of rotation going on, and sometimes that just doesn't register, unfortunately. So again, southeast areas of Gordon County in Tennessee, the rotation that we're looking at, the broad rotation here, but again, some of that could be affecting southeastern Gordon County within about the next few minutes, so we'll see what the National Weather Service has to say. Hopefully they'll be issuing something here in just a minute that says the warning will be allowed to expire. Yes, southeastern Gordon County, the warning will expire as of the one we're pointing at on the screen. That will be allowed to expire at 12:15. So that one will be over with here relatively soon. Still a lot of lightning markers out there, so this is still a very active system as it peels away from the area. Hopefully we'll get a statement here in just a little bit that says the other warning will be allowed to expire, and then after that's done, we'll be concluding our broadcast day. We have a severe thunderstorm warning to the south of that, right around Highway 575 and just to the north of the Atlanta area, as that system makes its way on down toward the central part of Atlanta a little bit later on. Could be again some rough weather, especially coming, if you know anybody coming north out of Atlanta heading up this way overnight, you may want to give them a call or a text and say maybe you could wait for a little bit, because this storm between here and there is pretty intense, and we're looking at some heavy amounts of rain. We're also looking again at the potential of a lot of wind out there as well, so that could cause a lot of problems with driving around. So if you have to travel overnight, please use caution and common sense out there. So far, again, the leftover tornado warnings for southeastern Gordon County continue until one for 12:15, which will be allowed to expire in about the next 3 minutes or so. And then we've got, again, another tornado warning until 12:30 as that last part of that system rolls out. We, again, have the confirmation from the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia, that warning will be allowed to, the first one will be allowed to expire at 12:15. The other one will go until 12:30. Again, for right now, it looks like we are starting to see an end to all the severe weather taking place, but the storm for southeastern Gordon County will be allowed to expire again in about 2.5 minutes, and then the other one in effect until 12:30 that we're looking at back around Jasper, Nelson, and north of Canton and Keithsburg. That particular tornado warning will continue for at least that area of the county until 12:30. Once that has been released by the National Weather Service, we will be heading out and to give you an idea as to what's going on with an update of the forecast with Chip Chapman coming up very early tomorrow morning, so definitely want to stay tuned for that. This particular cell that we're watching here, the heaviest activity by far appears to be over in portions of the area of Pickens and into and around the area of Floyd County. So for right now, that again, the storm system passing through and out of that particular area will be the end of our severe weather coverage coming up. But we are still on the air again for those particular tornado warnings that you see on the main central part of your screen on there. If you're wanting to join us online, please go to Twitch or YouTube. We've been netcasting there all evening so that we can show you a little bit more about what's going on. I believe we're also still live on our main weather page at WDEF.com for our main website if you would like to go there and take a look and see what's going on. We're still collating damage reports, getting them in from across the area. There's probably going to be a lot more of them in the morning, especially as the sun comes up. And please, again, use caution out there. Excuse me. Sorry about the allergies there, folks. Again, the storms will be dropping a lot of rainfall. Most of that is pretty much over with for right now. Going out, we're almost at 12:15, so we'll take a look at the entire area once again, which doesn't have a lot happening. It's just the one tornado warning that'll be left here in just a few minutes over extreme southeastern areas of Gordon County in the News 12 viewing area in northwest Georgia. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, probably some hail mixed in with some of that activity going on. But most of what we're seeing, again, is over with for the entire News 12 viewing area. The watch itself, the tornado watch that was in effect for Alabama, for Tennessee, and North Carolina, that has since been canceled. Now, the tornado watch remains in effect for all counties in the News 12 viewing area in northwest Georgia, and that remains in effect until 2 a.m. It's a good possibility we'll see some of those being canceled here pretty soon. Sometimes the different National Weather Service offices move a little bit slower when it comes to processing these counties out of the watch because they have a lot of activity going on, so you don't see quite as much being done first. And that's it, again, for the watches at this time. Once these are canceled, that'll do it for the possibility of severe weather for later on tonight. Now, we do still have, according to the very old forecast, a severe weather threat, an enhanced severe weather threat, but this graphic you're looking at was updated several hours ago. So yes, there is an enhanced threat of severe weather, but that threat will be leaving the area as we go into the rest of Wednesday and passing over to our east, and not seeing again anything in the way of replacement severe weather. Could be drying out again right before the holiday weekend. Unfortunately, it looks like more rain is coming back our direction. Chip will have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Starting to see more outages out there. 500 reported in Chattanooga and Gordon counties. 400 in Whitfield, Georgia, DeKalb County, Alabama, 400 in Bradley and McMinn, 800 now in Fannin County, Georgia, and 300 in Hamilton. That's hundreds, not hundreds of thousands. So that's good news on that. 1 reported in Floyd, Georgia, and 2 reported in Cherokee County, North Carolina. So we are seeing less in the way of potential outages, but could be some lights out in the morning, street lights, things like that. So again, please use caution if you're going to be out and about early in the morning. Let's get back to radar here. And again, the bulk of the area has been cleared from all of this rainfall taking place and the possibility of stronger storms. But into and around the area now, okay, we may be wrapping up sooner than we think. Okay, let me just double check this real quick. It looks like National Weather Service, Peachtree City, has decided to cancel the tornado warning for the area. So it looks like for right now, just confirming this before we go anywhere else, southeastern Gordon, the tornado warning that was in effect until 12:30 is canceled. The tornado threat is diminished and the tornado warning is canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds remain a threat as a severe thunderstorm warning is now in place for that area. Okay, so we are going to wrap things up here and take it back to normal programming, making certain the crew in the back, which big thanks to everybody in the production department, the news department for helping out and contributing for tonight. Could not have done this without you, so very grateful. Some of the best people at News work here at News 12 to help make certain this information gets out to you. So thanks to everybody at News 12 who helped out for this. I'm extremely grateful and proud to work here. So thank you guys in the back very much for helping out on everything. Chip Chapman has more on your forecast coming up bright and early at 5 a.m., including an update on what's going on with the damage reports and your forecast into the holiday weekend. And I'll have more coming up Wednesday evening. That'll do it for tonight. We'll take it back to regular programming, live and direct from downtown Chattanooga, Tennessee at the WDEF News 12 studios. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we'll have more later on. This concludes our severe weather coverage for the day, and we now take it back to regular programming.